In 701 BC, when the great king Hezekiah, ruler of the Israelite kingdom of Judah, looked out from the ramparts of his heavily fortified city of Jerusalem, what he saw must have filled him with a sense of both horror and awe. For there, arrayed in the fields surrounding him and his great city, stood thousands of the most disciplined and highly trained warriors in the known world. Elite cavalrymen, charioteers, archers, infantry, and siege masters, wielding the most cutting-edge military technology available at the time. They were also reputed to have been fearless as well as infamous for the lack of mercy that they showed towards their enemies. They were the Assyrians, and their forces were led by the most powerful man of his day, King Sennacherib, better known to history as Sennacherib. King Hezekiah must have heard the horrid tales of what the Assyrians did to their vanquished enemies. If his city fell, then any survivors, both soldiers and non-combatants alike, could expect to receive little clemency. If they weren't executed on the spot, sometimes after brutal, hideous tortures, then they'd most likely be rounded up and deported to serve as forced labourers in other parts of the vast Assyrian Empire. In those days, stretching from the Zagros Mountains in Iran to the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, from the highlands of southeastern Anatolia to the northern deserts of Arabia. In time, that empire would also include the great and ancient kingdoms of Egypt and Elam, making the one who sat on the Assyrian throne the wealthiest and most powerful man on earth. And yet, barely a century later, that same mighty empire would be a distant memory. Its once magnificent cities of Ashur, Nineveh, and Nimrod, all but forgotten and in ruins. For a good part of 1,000 years, Assyria had been not just one of the most powerful states in the ancient world, but one of the most influential as well. Its legacy carried on for centuries. But who were these Assyrians? Where did they come from? And how did they rise from relative obscurity to rule over the greatest empire the world had ever seen, wielding arguably the first professional standing army in history? In order to answer these questions and more, let's go back to the time when Assyria ruled the world.
Oh hi, I didn't see you there. Pete Kelly here. I'm the one-man team behind History Time. Having said that, for the first time ever, someone else has written a script for me for this one, and he just so happens to have his own YouTube channel. So a massive thank you to History with Si. His is an epic channel all about ancient history, all of the good stuff. Go subscribe, like, comment, and watch his stuff. Now, without further ado, please allow me a moment to thank the sponsor for this video, a long-time supporter of both my channel and my brother David at Voices of the Past. Of course, it's Magellan TV.
Quite simply, one of the premier documentary streaming services in the world. There's a huge amount of videos that you can watch on all manner of topics. From ancient history to outer space, it's all here. many of them in beautiful 4K. You can watch it wherever, on your smart TV, your laptop, or your phone. This is the widest range of history content available anywhere. My recommendation at the moment is The Birth of Planet Earth. It's been a great reference for myself and David as we embark on our new channel, The Entire History of the Earth. Just a shameless self-plug there. Anyway, click on the link in the description below or head on over to try.magellantv.com/historytime for an exclusive month-long free trial. What have you got to lose? Go and get yourself some free knowledge. Now, back to the ancient world. The history of Assyria and the Assyrian people stretches back deep into the mists of time, to at least the year 2000 BC. During this long bygone age, what we currently identify as Assyria primarily consisted of a city-state called Ashur, located along the Tigris River in what is now northern Iraq. Originally a shrine town dedicated to a god of the same name, Ashur's location allowed it to become a regional hub of a trade network encompassing the resource-rich cities of central and southwestern Anatolia, along with those of southern Babylonia, as well as the lands between the Zagros Mountains. Primarily trading tin and textiles for silver, over time the city-state of Ashur became extremely wealthy. Thus attracting the attention of neighbouring kings and warlords. One of these was Shamshi-Adad, an Amorite warlord of a small kingdom called Ekalatum. Around the year 1808 BC, the warlike ruler Shamshi-Adad acquired the city of Ashur, assuming the title of king. Though he would eventually go on to rule a fairly large state that scholars today call the Kingdom of Upper Mesopotamia, the residents of Ashur considered him to be one of their own. And his domain is also known as the Old Assyrian Empire. I've previously made a documentary about Shamshi-Adad and the Old Assyrian Empire that I recommend watching after this one. Though, like many such kingdoms, burning brightly and going out just as quickly, Shamshi-Adad's kingdom collapsed shortly after his death. Though it would continue to serve as an inspiration for future Assyrian kings in their own quests to make Assyria a great power once again. Such a dream was finally realised between the years 1365 and 1076 BC, during the last flourishing of the Bronze Age, an era which Assyriologists call the Middle Assyrian period. It was during this span of time that the Assyrians overthrew their Mitanni overlords, who had dominated them for centuries, charting their own path to becoming a regional power once more. Great kings during this era, such as Adad-nirari, Ashur-dan, and Tiglath-Pileser, corresponded with the great kings of Egypt, the Hittite Empire, and Babylonia as equals. Expanding Assyrian influence from the Zagros Mountains of Iran to the eastern shores of the Mediterranean Sea. Unfortunately, however, these periods of prosperity and greatness that these charismatic and highly capable kings presided over were relatively short-lived. The The same pattern would happen over and over again. A king arising to catapult Assyria to greatness, only to have his achievements wither away due to inept successors or events beyond their control. Finally, a break in the cycle occurred in the 10th century BC, in the aftermath of the Late Bronze Age collapse. They embarked on a path of sustained territorial and economic expansion that was to last over 3 centuries. Assyriologists call this span of time, roughly from 911 to 610 BC, the Neo-Assyrian period, the greatest of all the Assyrian empires. And up until this point in history, the most powerful ever yet seen in the known world. Whether due to the effects of invasions by the mysterious band of migrants and marauders known as the Sea Peoples, climate change, or some other unforeseen circumstance, the political order of the post-Late Bronze Age collapse was very different than that of just a few centuries prior. The once great powers of Egypt, the Hittites, and the Kassite kingdom of Babylon had either lost their imperial possessions or collapsed altogether. Trade and commerce had been greatly disrupted, and entire populations displaced. Assyria too had fallen on hard times, though it was arguably in a better position than most other states, being far away from the attacks of the Sea Peoples.
Yo, what's up? Swara 777, is that Bara?
It too had seen contraction, both territorially and
Is
economically.
that Mr. Bara?
Things finally began to change with the ascension of
Yo,
the
what's up,
Assyrian
Zwara?
king Ashur-dan
Is that Bara?
II
Nice Bara. What's
in
up, man? I had a
934
feeling.
BC.
What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Hope you're
Like
doing well.
other Assyrian kings of the
Long
past,
time, my man. Long
Ashur-dan
time to talk.
engaged
No
in
stress.
several
How you doing, dude?
campaigns to expand Assyria's territorial possessions and network of tributary states, the backbone of the empire.
Have you become a legend of a nurse?
However, he also instituted
Getting all the
programs
QT numbers?
to make those territories that Assyria already possessed
Retired from
as
streaming? Oh, that's
productive
okay,
as
man.
possible,
That's too bad. No, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying.
including the old
Enjoy
Assyrian
the Bara
centers
streams, of
Ashur
course.
and Nineveh.
Man, remember when
In
you
addition
raided me
to
in
renovating
Miami and I
temples
was
and public
taking a
buildings,
piss?
funds were
at
invested
night
into
in the river?
income-producing properties such as farms and mines, in order to
Nah,
help
not
them
yet. I
reach
remember that.
maximum
That was a
efficiency,
good moment.
streamlining and centralizing the economy. In addition, he reformed
Not yet.
the
That's okay,
Assyrian
man. I know it
army,
takes a while, bro. I'm just
transforming it
I'm just
into the
teasing you.
most
You're
modern
laughing nice.
fighting force of its day, especially its chariots division.
Good times, man. Good
Tanks
times.
of the ancient world.
What are you in your facility?
Such reforms were what the Assyrian economy desperately needed in order to sustain itself and expand its influence into nearby regions, thus setting into motion the juggernaut that would become
Hack my
the
facility, my man.
Neo-Assyrian Empire. Though Ashur-dan's immediate successors continued his policies
Shit.
of territorial expansion, it was really the king Ashurnasirpal who transformed the great kingdom of Assyria into a true empire. Ruling from 883 to 859 BC, Ashurnasirpal claims to have undertaken at least 14 major military campaigns, expanding Assyria's reach further north into the lands of Neri and Urartu, which today make up parts of southwestern Anatolia, as well as west along the Euphrates River to the wealthy city of Carchemish. Deep in the heart of what is now northern Syria. Such expansion allowed him to control the lucrative trade routes that crisscrossed this region, as well as to exact tribute from the wealthy Phoenician city-states along the Mediterranean coast. As a result, the coffers of the Assyrian Empire overflowed with such incalculable wealth that government officials had a difficult time allocating it all. There were only so many temples, public buildings, and palaces that could have been constructed or renovated. Or were there? In all those centuries of waxing and waning, of empire building and consolidation, whether it was during times of prosperity or scarcity, for over a millennium, the city of Ashur had been the spiritual, cultural, and political capital of Assyria. However, what was now Assyria had grown tremendously to become the most powerful and stupendously wealthy state in the ancient world. Thus, Ashurnasirpal decided to build a new capital city to reflect Assyria's place in the world. He chose the small town of Kalhu as the location for this grand project. Situated in the center of the Assyrian heartland, within the triangle formed by the three important cities of Ashur, Nineveh, and Arbela. Kalhu, also known as Nimrud, was the perfect choice for such a city. It was both close to the traditional centers of Assyrian power, whilst far enough away from their old aristocracies and elites, groups of people that Ashurnasirpal loathed, and whose undue influence he could now be rid of. Because Ashurnasirpal's Assyrian Empire was like no other. Likewise, Kalhu had to be a capital without rival. Everything about it was designed to be greater than any other city that had ever existed. Whether it was Sargon the Great's capital of Agade, Hammurabi's Babylon, the Memphis of Ramesses II, or the core Assyrian cities of Ashur and Nineveh, Nimrud was not just to be the center of Assyria, but the world. Ashurnasirpal made sure that Nimrud had the most beautiful public buildings and gardens, lavish temples, and the largest palaces of any place within his empire. No expense was to be spared. Of course, what good is having the most splendid capital in the world if you can't show it off? According to what's known as the banquet stele, exactly 69,574 people participated in Nimrod's elaborate 10-day inaugural celebration. Along with people from all over the empire, there were 5,000 foreign dignitaries, all of whom were served generous courses of mutton, beef,
69,000, what
fish,
up,
large quantities of vegetables.
I saw you sent me a video, but I didn't get to see it
spices,
yet. Sorry,
and over
dude.
10,000 barrels
What's up, big
or
Toadski?
skins of beer and wine.
You see Callie at
All those in
53.
attendance, there could be no doubt
No,
as to
52?
which nation,
Yeah.
let alone ruler, was the
He got
wealthiest
52 on
and most
on
powerful
SA.
in the world.
And I think he got 53 on 00 or some shit. He's a psychopath, man.
Despite having the ability to live
On
in such
on
splendor,
facility.
Assyrian kings spent a great portion of time outside their extravagant residences in order to personally campaign against Assyria's many enemies, both foreign and domestic. Ashurnasirpal's son, Shalmaneser III, faced adversaries in all directions,
Yeah, he's been
including
playing
a
offline.
coalition of 11 kings from the Levant. who sought to expel Assyrian influence.
I think it's just because
from
he's
their region.
so smart. I think he's just so full of
Led primarily
data and
by the
information.
kingdoms of Hamath, Damascus, and Israel, forebears of King Hezekiah. The coalition met the army of Shalmaneser
Kali
III
is
in
data.
853 near the town of Karkar.
You know that episode where he was playing that video
Though
game
Shalmaneser
against that
claimed a
like
great
blue alien?
victory,
That's
in
that's
reality,
Kali.
the battle seems to be more of a stalemate.
Where he like just he outruns the guy so that the game never ends, and he wins by endurance.
Their thrones.
That's Kali.
However, several
skill.
years later,
But he's
some
like a fucking
members of the
android.
same coalition resumed
like
their fight
T-1000.
against the Assyrians, whilst others went their separate ways.
And Data. He's like
For
Data.
example, a decade after the
And
Kingdom of
T-1000.
Israel under Ahab fought alongside the anti-Assyrian coalition, its new king,
Yeah, he does.
Jehu,
I mean,
accepted
what's
Shalmaneser
that gentleman's
as
name?
his overlord,
The actor.
becoming one of his vassals.
I forget the actor's name.
Opposing kings had just two options during this age: accept Assyrian hegemony by paying tribute and supplying soldiers when commanded, or oppose the Assyrian tsunami and risk being wiped out forever. For those kings who chose the latter, the outcome rarely turned out in their favour. In most cases, though, the kingdoms that joined Assyria
Maybe
as
with
vassals
slick
or
back
allies
gel
not
hair.
only benefited economically due to their unfettered access to the empire's commercial markets, but militarily as well. If one of their neighbours threatened them, they could always call on the local Assyrian governor, or even the king himself, for protection and aid. For ultimately, this was the driving force of empire in the ancient world. The powerful Assyrian king, Tiglath-Pileser III,
Yeah,
was
me
known
too,
for
dude.
this. While
So much
ruthless
maintenance.
against his enemies, he was extremely
And then it's like
loyal
it just
to his
there's just
allies.
shed
and
everywhere,
vassals.
and then you have all this like man hair everywhere. It's just terrible. It's in
There's
your
an
face all the
inscription by a
time.
king of a land called Yidi that reads,
My father grasped the hem of his lord, the great king of Assyria. Then did he live, and Yidi lived. My father ran the wheel of his lord,
Ready to
Tiglath-Pileser,
go.
king of Assyria, in campaigns from east to west. My father died at the feet of Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, on campaign, and all the camp of his lord, the king of Assyria, wept for him. And his lord, the king of Assyria, erected an image of him by the roadside, and brought my father across from Damascus. Then, because of my father's loyalty and my own loyalty, my lord,
I have muscle
Tiglath-Pileser,
memory.
set me on the throne.
It's fine. Now I'm shooting the guy with the KF7 for 3 bullets. It's much more
Another
consistent.
example comes
So I was
from
trying
the
to
Book of
PP7
Kings
in the guy.
in
That's
the
why he's
Old
never
Testament,
passing away.
which mentions that King Ahaz of Judah chose to side with Tiglath-Pileser and become one of his vassals. Though the Bible chides Ahaz for taking help from the pagan Assyrians and not God, he ultimately is able to keep his throne and is honoured by Tiglath-Pileser in Damascus. While this narrative is from a religious and not contemporary historical source, it's more or less consistent with what we know of the Assyrian king's steadfast support for his allies. The reign of Tiglath-Pileser is notable not only because it commenced a century of Assyrian territorial expansion in all directions, but also
Oh my god,
because it
dude, I went
further
insane on the
strengthened and
AI today.
re-centralized the authority of the king.
Dude, I spent so long on
But
AI, just
that
doing
was
AI
in the
images.
future.
It's just so
Many
crazy.
more wars would be fought to reach that
The
stage.
DALI 3,
Back in the
the
9th
Bing,
century
the
BC,
Bing create, it's just
during
too
the
crazy.
last days of
It's too
Shalmaneser's reign,
ridiculous.
a struggle for who would succeed him broke out between two of his sons, ultimately leading to a civil war. When it was over, the son that won the conflict ascended the throne in 823 BC as Shamshi-Adad V. However,
so dumb.
the war had been extremely costly and weakened the central authority of the king, allowing many of the empire's governors, field marshals, and other high-ranking individuals to obtain power incommensurate with their rank. Many of them began running their own private fiefdoms within the empire, ultimately weakening it and leading to stagnation across the realm. Scholars call this period from 823 to 744 BC the Age of the Magnates. Though this all changed in 745 BC, when Tiglath-Pileser took the throne. Fed up of the empire's recent decentralization and divisive politics, he clamped down on the power of the magnates, taking an extremely hardline approach towards his opponents, either terminating them or replacing them with those he knew were personally loyal to him. After consolidating his power, he went on a series of campaigns to reconquer territories that Assyria had been forced to withdraw from a few decades prior. Kingdoms and cities that opposed him were brutally suppressed, with any surviving civilian populations often being deported from their homelands and resettled in other distant regions of the empire. A policy of divide and rule that would continue to be a mainstay in imperial rule for thousands of years to come, all over the world. In their place, new settlers from Assyria moved into their lands and reoccupied or rebuilt their cities. It's believed that the vast majority of these deported peoples were Aramaean speakers, and their settlement throughout the Assyrian Empire may have led to Aramaic becoming
Like,
the
it's just
lingua
so
franca
dumb,
of
man.
the region for centuries. It's precisely the memory of such brutal policies and actions that have given the ancient Assyrians such a reputation for being a warlike, bloodthirsty people. However, in reality, the aim of the Assyrian king was not to kill or disrupt the lives of his enemies or rebellious subjects, but to maintain a sense of order as well as security in those who would do Assyria harm. Seeing the best way to do this is through fear. Make an example of one city and others will fall in line. Much like the Romans used crucifixion en masse to put down rebels, public shows of power to awe enemies into submission was certainly used by the Assyrians. Perhaps most famous is this inscription by Ashurnasirpal during the early days of imperial
just too dumb.
expansion.
I built a pillar over against the city gate, and I flayed all the chiefs who had revolted, and I covered the pillar with their skins. Some I impaled upon the pillar on stakes, and others I bound to stakes round the pillar. I cut the limbs off the officers who had rebelled. Many captives I burned with fire, and many I took as living captives. From some I cut
just
off their
fuck off.
noses, their ears, and their faces. Of many I put out their eyes. I made one pillar of the living, and another of heads, and I bound their heads to tree trunks around the city. Their young men and maidens I consumed with fire. The rest of their warriors I consumed with thirst in the desert of the Euphrates.
As horrific as this description is, the Assyrian state wasn't particularly unusual in its cruelty for the time, but more the sheer scale of its success. Rather than being a barbaric society in the Western sense of the word, the Assyrians were in fact a very cultured and refined people who had their own great literary and artistic traditions. However, they lived in a rough neighborhood and knew the history of their land and the greater region well, having long memories. Whether these outsiders, especially semi-nomadic ones,
It was just too dumb.
Gutians, Amorites, Hurrians, Elamites, or now Arameans, these outsiders had more often than not caused havoc to the existing order.
I'm like, fuck off, man.
For the Assyrian king, it was his divine duty, commanded to him by the god Ashur,
fuck
to
right
not
off.
allow this to happen. Order had to be kept. Thus, if the king had to use brutality against his enemies to make a point and to make his people safe, then so be it. Assyria's very survival depended on it. This same policy also applied to the citizens of the empire. Stay in line and all would be well. Rebel at your own peril. Having more than doubled the empire's territorial holdings and tributary states, which once again put Assyria on the path to unchallenged regional supremacy, in 727 BC, Tiglath-Pileser III passed away. He was succeeded by one of his sons, Shalmaneser V, who, according to a Babylonian chronicle, was the Assyrian king who conquered
Oh,
the kingdom
like,
of
come
Israel
on, man.
and its capital at the time,
This is so
Samaria.
dumb, man.
However, the nail in the coffin for the kingdom and Samaria may have actually come during the reign of
Oh, what?
Shalmaneser's
Like one bullet away?
half-brother,
What?
who in
Fuck off.
722 overthrew him to become King Sargon II of Assyria. It was probably early in Sargon's reign that what had once been the Kingdom of Israel officially became the Assyrian province of Samarina. Though the conquest and ultimate subjugation of this kingdom
off,
is
man.
well known due to its mention in the Bible, it was actually one of Assyria's smaller military campaigns during the Neo-Assyrian period. In reality, there were much more powerful and larger threats to the state, especially in southeastern Anatolia, as well as Babylonia. Similarly ancient lands.
Terrible.
The latter, now
possibly.
ruled over by Chaldean warrior lords, a fresh infusion of once nomadic military rulers who would fight tooth and nail against the Assyrians to cling on to their newly won holdings. Just north of Assyria, in lands that today make up southeastern Turkey, Armenia, and parts of Iran and Azerbaijan, was the land of Urartu, once consisting of petty kingdoms and hill tribes. In the 9th century BC, its leaders united their realms together into a single great kingdom in order to ward off Assyrian aggression. In time, the kingdom of Urartu became powerful enough to threaten not just the empire's frontier, but the Assyrian heartland itself. Sargon II decided that it was time to put an end once and for all to the
Like, fuck
threat
off,
from
man.
Urartu. In 714 BC, he moved deep into Urartian territory, plundering several towns along the way, before defeating the king, Rusa I, in a decisive battle. Rusa and what was left of the Urartian army fled. the Assyrian king decided not to pursue them. However, instead of returning to Assyria, Sargon, along with 1,000 of his best men, travelled south to the city of Musasir to plunder the sacred temple of Urartu's patron god, Haldi. Both
The app demo has
Sargon's military
3.67
victory over
stars.
Musa, as well as
How
the
many
sacking
reviews?
of their national shrine, were near fatal blows Urartu would never fully recover from.
Does it say? No reviews. No, I mean, how many?
Eliminating the Mountain Kingdom
No
was a
reviews,
threat
what?
to Assyria.
I reviewed it.
While the campaign
I
in
reviewed
Urartu
the
may
full
have
one
been
and the demo.
Sargon's most famous, perhaps just as important was his ability to pacify unrest in Babylonia.
I said different things on things. The demo.
For centuries,
I did though. I
Assyria
reviewed
and
the
Babylon
demo. I checked it.
been fierce rivals.
I don't know.
Militarily, Assyria was generally the stronger power.
Do you have the stats on
On
it? Do you have
several
any?
occasions, had even conquered
You don't
and
have to share the
occupied
stats.
the capital city of Babylon itself.
I've been cancelled. Why my reviews
Few
don't show
fans
up?
of Assyria in most Babylonian
Oh,
cities.
am I a tester
Neo-Assyrian
for the
kings,
demo?
though,
Like I was a tester
especially
for the
as
main
their
one?
power and territorial reach grew, considered Babylonia to be within their own sphere of influence and controlled it
Yeah, it's probably the
under
latter.
puppet rulers.
Don't joke,
However,
man. They did that to
during the
Goose,
short
bro.
period of instability when Sargon II ascended the throne,
It's fucking whack.
many areas of the empire, including Babylonia, took advantage of the situation and revolted. In 722 or
They may be doing
721
that to
BC,
Steve.
a Chaldean
Ninja
by the
Lifestyle on
name
YouTube.
of Marduk Apla Edina, better known to history as Merodach Baladan, seized the throne of Babylon to declare himself as a king.
Ah, come
Due
on.
to
Like, come
campaigns
on,
in other
man.
parts of the empire,
So fucking
Sargon
dumb.
could not fully devote his attention
And
to the
Gregory.
Babylonian problem
Manarino,
until
yeah.
710 BC, when he invaded the area in full force.
Dude, I gotta show you some of
Defeating
this. Like,
Merodach
some of the
Baladan,
armor of
who
the AI
eventually
art
went
is
into
insane.
exile.
I was doing like crystal armor from Morrowind.
Beginning
God,
a lengthy
dude.
and interesting
The massive
series
crystal
of guerrilla
sword.
campaigns and
Like
adventures
the
in
images
marshlands of
are like
southern Iraq
incredible. I can make a
and
comic
over the
book out
sea
of it
and
with AI.
mountains in Iran,
100% you can
old
make a
enemy
comic book out
of
of AI.
Mesopotamia for thousands of years.
Make anything out of AI.
Sargon II
Oh,
was
man.
actually welcomed by many Babylonians as their new king. He seemed to return the favour by regularly worshipping Babylon's patron deity, Marduk, as well as staying in the city for 3 years, much to the chagrin of many in Assyria. Like Ashurnasirpal II, Sargon II also constructed a new capital city, known as Dur-Shurikin, meaning Fort Sargon.
I mean,
It
it's only a
took
matter of
at
time
least
until AI
10
can make a
years to
video
build,
game.
being completed in
I
707
mean, even if it's kind of messed
BC.
up with not like any real kind of logic and not play tested.
Yet Sargon.
Dude, I was
spent
making,
little
like,
time in his new
mazes
fortress capital.
In different things
Just
today,
2
I was
years
searching
later,
on
being
AI doing
killed
like
in
intricate
battle in the
maze
region
in
of
spaghetti.
Tabal on the
And dude,
northern
these
frontier,
friggin' things, this image that this
possibly
AI
by
created,
Sumerians,
and I
barbarian
did
horse masters of the north.
like thousands of animals and tropical plants and
Sargon's
birds and
body
insects,
never recovered
as per
from
this
the
hidden
battlefield,
style of
meaning
artists.
that the
I forget
proper
the name.
funeral rites could not be carried out. This,
just
according
so
to
incredible,
Assyrian
this AI,
religion,
man.
meant that Sargon's spirit would be cursed to wander the world.
Crystal armor though, that
Never
was just some of
resting
the most
in
insane
peace.
shit I've ever seen.
For the average
The
Assyrian,
imagination that
extremely
AI has
religious
is
devotees
fucking
of the war
insane.
god Ashur, along with an elaborate pantheon, this was a sign that they'd been abandoned by the gods.
But you could see the making a video game, right? You search, make a video game,
But why?
that plays like Mario
Many may have
64,
reasoned
but has
that
Sonic
their
as the
king's
main
tragic
character.
end was due to his
And the
love
goal
of
is to
Babylon
collect rings, not
and
stars.
adoration of its patron deity Marduk.
Boom.
Thus, when his son,
In
Sinahi
claymation
Erebak,
style.
better known to history as Sennacherib, came to
In
power in around
NES
704
graphics.
BC. He abandoned his father's fortress at Dur-Shurikin, moving the Assyrian
Fucking
capital
shit, dude.
to Nineveh. In many ways, Sennacherib was the exact opposite of his father. Whereas Sargon II had continued to strangle the kingdom of Urartu, Sennacherib sought a rapprochement with it, most likely for the reason that it acted as a buffer between Assyria and the hostile nomadic
Really slow.
tribes that roamed the relatively uncharted
My
territories
keycard kill
beyond.
is really terrible.
Sennacherib is best known to history for his attack on the kingdom of Judah.
This pass away
and
is
his
really bad.
siege in
See, I tried to
701
YOLO that
BC
one. See, I
into its
YOLO'd it more.
capital, Jerusalem.
That's what I gotta do.
This is yet another event
But my
that's
approach
described
is so
in both
bad.
the Old Testament of the Bible as well as in Sennacherib's own inscriptions. Though each's
Better.
account of what happened differs,
See, it was still so slow. Like, terribly slow.
both agree that Sennacherib moved into the Levant to either accept tribute from or destroy several of its kingdoms. The Assyrians
Too
then
slow.
entered Judah and attacked the city of Lachish before heading to Jerusalem. There, Sennacherib laid siege to the city, but in the end failed to take it. Both the Bible and Assyrian records agree on this outcome, but the reason
Oh, get
why
fucked.
isn't clear.
Go fuck yourself.
The biblical account details the discussion between the prophet Isaiah and Judah's king Hezekiah, who is convinced that he must hold against Sennacherib's siege. Then, one night, an angel miraculously goes through the enemy camp to kill 185,000 of Sennacherib's soldiers. Though most scholars tend to believe that the numbers of his army would be closer to 5,000. Regardless of the total and how it happened, such heavy losses seem to have been what forced Sennacherib to withdraw. The Assyrian account gives a different, more worldly explanation for Sennacherib's departure. Stressing that on the other side of the empire, there was a massive revolt
Like, why?
when Merodach Baladan returned to
It's just so
foment more
dumb.
trouble in Babylonia. Of course, this is the same Merodach Baladan who Sennacherib's father had fought and forced into exile barely a decade earlier. Similar to during his father's time, Merodach Baladan knew that he was outnumbered, and so sought exile in neighbouring Elam. In order to punish and further prevent Elamite interference in Assyrian affairs, in 694 BC, Sennacherib preemptively attacked Elam by sending Assyrian forces across the Gulf to attack the southern portion of the country, and then move towards the Elamite capital of Susa. However, this campaign ended up being a disaster,
Oh, get
and in
fucked.
retaliation, Elam's ruler, Halushu in Shushanak, bypassed the Assyrian forces to march directly
so fucking
into
dumb.
Babylonia, spurring the locals there into full rebellion.
Really
When
dumb.
word of the events reached the city of Babylon, the people there seized Sennacherib's son, Ashur-nadin-shumi, who he'd appointed as the ruler of the city, and turned him over to the Elamites. it's presumed he was executed. This, for Sennacherib, was the last straw. In what was no doubt an act of personal vengeance, Sennacherib destroyed Babylon. One of his own inscriptions reads as follows.
Dude, I was making like
The city
images of
and its houses,
Atlantis
from its
in the year
foundations to its
12,000 on
parapets,
AI. It was
I
doing an
swept
okay
away.
job.
I demolished.
The thing is,
I burned with fire. The wall and
you
the
really have
outer
to be
wall, the
specific that
temples
it's a
and the
different type
gods,
of
the ziggurat of
environment
mud, brick,
in the
and earth,
past, right?
As many as there were,
So with like
I
the
tore
pyramids
down
and
deposited them
Giza
into the
plateau,
Aratul Canal.
they made it still kind of
In
like a
the midst of
desert
that city, I dug
even though I
ditches
said
and
like a
flooded its
tropical
ground with water.
landscape.
The
What
form
the
of its
fuck?
foundations
I think
I
I think
destroyed,
I'd be more
and I
specific.
caused its
Like,
devastation
these
to
fucking
exceed
guards,
that
like,
of any
fuck you
flood,
guys.
so that in later days, the ground of that city, its temples, its
So
gods,
shit.
would be forgotten.
In time, Babylon's structures would be rebuilt, its temples restored. But its people would never forget.
It's so bad, man.
While Sennacherib's life was filled with war and court intrigue, he also spent considerable amounts of time in cultivating the gardens of Nineveh, which he appears to have been very fond of. It is he, along with his grandson Ashurbanipal, who in large part were responsible for making Nineveh the greatest capital city of the ancient world at the time. One theory even argues that the famous Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, which have never been discovered archaeologically, were really a half-remembered nod to the Gardens of Nineveh. In 693 BC, Sennacherib unexpectedly replaced his son, Urdu-Melissi, as his designated heir with another. Ashur-Adina, better known as Esarhaddon.
Oh, get fucked. I
Obviously
totally pushed you
rejecting
there.
his father's decision,
Replay on that.
Urdu-Melissi and his supporters conspired against and
There is no
assassinated
replay.
his father. However, Esarhaddon, who at the time was in the western portion of the empire, marched into Nineveh with his supporters to defeat his brother. After which, he became the new king of Assyria after
Too
all.
wide.
Esarhaddon's reign was one of balance. Considering the violent deaths of his grandfather Sargon, and especially that of his father, to be divine warnings, Esarhaddon rebuilt the city of Babylon and the temple of its patron god Marduk. But he also made
Man,
sure
like
not
why?
to neglect Ashur, both the city and the god.
It's
He
gotta be
also
clean,
led
my friends.
military
I know we're
campaigns
resetting
to
a lot,
conquer
but it's
or
gotta be
recover
clean.
Cilicia, the Phoenician
It's
city-state
gotta
of
be really
Sidon,
clean.
Media in the east, Eastern Arabia, and the greatest prize of all, Egypt, which he conquered in 671 BC in less than a month.
But it's okay now with the
However,
Doke
within
success
just a few
being high.
years, the Egyptians revolted,
We can reset.
forcing
It's okay.
Esarhaddon to return to the land of the Nile. However, he never made it back
Oh
to
my
Egypt,
God.
dying en route. Esarhaddon had 2 sons, Ashurbanipal and Shamash-Shemu-Ikin.
What terrible names.
Wishing to avoid conflict over the succession, like that of his own, he instead made both of his sons kings.
Like, why?
Ashurbanipal becoming the ruler of Assyria, while his brother became the king of Babylon. Unfortunately, of course, this arrangement didn't last for long, with fighting breaking out between the 2 brothers. It's perhaps for this reason that Ashurbanipal didn't go personally to deal with the Egyptian rebels, instead sending his most trusted generals to complete the job for him. Exploiting the tension between the two brothers, the Elamites again sought to undermine Assyria and Ashurbanipal by supporting Shamash Shamu-Ikin
This is a fun strat though. I like this strat. I like it.
In 664 BC, the Elamite king Ertak led a surprise war against Assyria. The overall conflict was only temporarily resolved in 653 BC, when Assyrian troops defeated the Elamite king Teaman at the Battle of the Ule River. Teaman's head was brought back to Assyria and put on public display as a trophy. Though this didn't stop future Elamite support for Babylon, which was crucial when Shamash Shamu-Ikin declared war on Assyria that same year.
Why?
This renewed conflict between the brothers lasted for about 4 years, only ending in 648
How do they have
BC.
this history? How do they have all this
Ashurbanipal's men
information?
finally entered Babylon
How do they
to
know
kill
this?
the king's brother, possibly by burning him alive as he hid in his palace.
How is this? From like clay tablets.
Ashurbanipal didn't stop there. He decided that it was time to both punish the Elamites for their years of interference in Babylonian affairs, as well as
Like
to
he's
ensure
like these
that
guys
they
are
never
like
attack
pressing into these
Assyrian
clay
interests again.
fucking tablets. I hate my brother
Thus, in
so much. 4
647
years.
BC, Ashurbanipal's army
And who would tell that
ravaged
story
Elam,
of a
the
brotherly
great city
hatred?
of Susa, in a similar manner to
I guess
that of
unless there was some
Sennacherib's
sort of
destruction
massive like
of Babylon
assassination,
a
which
few
sounds like it was
decades
coming.
prior. He boasted of destroying their temples,
Like Caesar.
burning the city's palaces,
That's how we know
plundering
it's
its
Brutus
wealth,
and
and
everything.
even digging up and desecrating the bones of its long-deceased kings. Though he often depicted himself as a fearless and cunning warrior, Ashurbanipal, in fact, rarely went on major campaigns,
What?
preferring instead to spend his days in his massive library, studying the great texts of old. In fact, it's from Ashurbanipal's library at Nineveh that many of the old Sumerian and Babylonian texts, or at least copies of them, were first discovered. Ashurbanipal, in classic Assyrian style, sought to obtain a copy of every important text that had ever been written since the beginning of time,
Yeah, that's the way. That's the
sending
proper way.
scholars and scribes all over the Near East
Like, I really
to
don't
either
learn
bring them
anything.
back, or if this wasn't possible, to at least make copies of them. In one inscription, he boasts of his own scribal skills, and how he could read intricate tablets
it's sort of
inscribed
doing the
with
same
obscure
thing.
Sumerian or Akkadian scripts that were difficult to unravel, as well as confused inscriptions of stone from before the flood. A particular obsession for most intellectuals of ancient Mesopotamia that would later morph into the biblical flood.
Back boost.
Ashurbanipal
Wow.
was the last of the great Assyrian
Oh,
kings.
what? Such a scam.
When he died around the year 630 BC, the Assyrian Empire was the most powerful that it had ever been. Very few, if any, could challenge it militarily or on any other level. And yet, barely 2 decades after Ashurbanipal's death, the Assyrian
dumb.
Empire ceased to exist. Due to the wealth of sources for the period shortly after Ashurbanipal's death, scholars have been able to conclusively determine the path that led to the collapse of such a mighty empire. Based on what has been uncovered, it seems that Ashurbanipal's son and successor,
It looks
Ashuratel
faster.
Ilani, was just
Guy
a
is
minor
there, the
when
door's
he
opening, it
ascended
looks
the throne,
faster.
leading to the chief eunuch, Sin Shamu Lashir, ruling as regent.
It's a lot easier than it looks.
Because eunuchs
As
could
I
not
mess it up.
father children or have families, meaning no wealth or property to pass on, they were generally trusted members of most royal administrations. For reasons that are unclear, however, in 627 BC, Ashur-etel-Ilani mysteriously disappeared, with the chief eunuch and now regent Sin Shamu Lashir crowning himself as king. This was unprecedented in Assyrian history. However, after just a few months on the throne, Sin Shamu
Looks
Lashir
faster.
himself disappeared, being replaced by another son of Ashurbanipal, Sin Sharu Ishkin. By now, however, Assyria's enemies and disgruntled subjects must have known that things were unstable at
Come on,
court.
man.
And in the absence of a strong military ruler, many of them decided to revolt, including the Babylonians. A certain Chaldean regional official named Nabopolassar led the anti-Assyrian activities in Babylonia, eventually becoming the king of Babylon. He mustered together whatever forces he could and gradually pushed
Scam.
the Assyrians out of his new realm. However, history could always repeat itself. The Assyrians could always return to reassert control of the region. Thus, Nabopolassar resolved to free Babylonia.
Oh, like,
once and
come
for all
on,
from the
man.
existential threat looming to their north.
So fucking bullshit, dude.
Forming an alliance with King Cyaxares of the Medes, an Indo-European people originating in the
whatever.
frontiers around the Zagros Mountains, who had once also been subjugated by the Assyrians, and may have in part filled a power vacuum left in Iran after the Assyrian sack of Susa. Nabopolassar marched north to conquer Assyria. The Medes, only recently a semi-nomadic people steeped in warfare and military conquest, were the first to score major victories against the Assyrians. In 615 BC, conquering
fuck
the
off.
important city of Arrapha, and shortly afterward, capturing and devastating Ashur,
So
the
dumb.
very place where Assyria had begun. For over 1400 years, the city had withstood the test of time. Now, in a matter of weeks, the city's great walls had come down, its temples desecrated, monumental buildings put to the torch, its rich treasuries plundered, and its people
Where are you, asshole?
massacred.
You fucking
The
asshole.
loss of Ashur must have been a psychological blow greater than any military one that the Assyrians could have suffered. The decisive
Passed
blow
away.
finally came in 612 BC, when the combined Babylonian and Median armies, supported by Scythian horse nomads from the north, breached the walls of Nineveh, enacting the same fate upon it as Ashur. During the conflict, the Assyrian king Sin-Sharu Ishkin was killed. Now the Assyrian heartland had been completely conquered, with the Babylonians and the Medes dividing up the spoils of war. Despite this, however, the war wasn't over, with Assyrian holdouts fighting on for years to come.
Like,
One
fuck
group
off.
maintained control of the cities of Haran and Carchemish for a few years under a new king, Ashur-uballit II. However, by 610, we are told that they were forced out
What,
of
only have
these
2
cities,
bullets? No.
and after a failed attempt to
Like,
retake
come
them,
on.
never heard of again. Thus, without a king or a state to run, the Assyrian Empire and the Assyrian Kingdom vanished from the historical record, replaced in time by a new
Like, come
empire,
on, man.
derived in part by the Medes who had conquered Assyria. The Persians, under the Achaemenid dynasty, which utilized much of the societal infrastructure developed over 1,000 years by the Assyrians. While the Assyrians as a people survived, the mighty empire that they had once held, one that had inspired both awe and dread amongst the people of the region, was gone for good. However, the influence of the Neo-Assyrian Empire and its culture and traditions did not disappear. In fact, due to later classical writers such as Herodotus, future generations were at least somewhat familiar with
Why am I
Assyria,
doing this?
though often mistakenly viewing all of Mesopotamia as Assyrian. Arguably the first true world empire that at its height encompassed more territory than any state preceding it. The Neo-Babylonians, Persians, Macedonians, Romans, Parthians, and others, even into the Islamic period, copied and were influenced by Assyrian practices for empire and administration.
What?
Assyrian art also influenced later peoples of the region, who often merged several aspects of their style with their own. It's also due to the Assyrians that much of our knowledge with regard to the ancient Near East has been preserved. Whether in cuneiform or Aramaic language, Assyrian scholars acting as the link to the earliest stories of mankind.
It's too dumb, man.
And of course, the modern Assyrian community keep alive many of the traditions of their ancestors of centuries past. The time when Assyria ruled the world. Thanks for watching, folks. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, let me know in the comments what you'd like to see covered in the future, and subscribe so you don't miss new episodes. And you can watch the whole collection of history videos I've
This
already
is the
made.
run. Come on, baby.
You've been watching
please.
History Time. My name's Pete Kelly, and I'll see you
No,
on
what?
the next one.
Like, oh, get fucked, man. The boost. It was so fast. Never do it again. Was that already an hour? I've already streamed for a freaking hour. Wow, insane. 40 minutes, oh, an hour.
In the year 1894 BC, a relatively unknown Amorite chieftain named Sumuabem established a small kingdom along what was then the eastern banks of the Euphrates River. There was nothing really special about this area, other than that it possessed some decent farmland and a small city that in the local Akkadian language was called Babelu, which one translation reads as Gateway of the gods. Scholars believe that the original name may have been Babur or Babir, which simply means pale, white, or bright in the old Sumerian language. Most of us today know the city by the name Babylon. Babylon had once been a regional administrative center during the reigns of the great kings of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, who ruled from the city of Ur towards the end of the 3rd millennium BC. Scholars today refer to this group of kings as the 3rd dynasty of Ur, since there are only 2 other known dynasties from Ur that preceded it. These kings, of which there were 5, ruled over a relatively enlightened society where the arts and literature were promoted in the old Sumerian language, laws were enacted by the rulers for the benefit of most of the population, and international trade flourished as far as India and Egypt. Controlling a network of territories and tributaries that extended from the eastern Mediterranean Sea all the way to central Iran, at its height, the Neo-Sumerian Empire was the most powerful and wealthiest state ever to have existed in early antiquity. By the time that Sumuabum and his followers settled into their new home along the Euphrates River, the Neo-Sumerian Empire had been long gone. In its place was a patchwork of petty states, whose rulers may have called themselves kings, but who in reality were little more than warlords who raided each other's territories for silver, slaves, and women. Sumuabum, though, seems to have wanted more, a legacy. Over time, and with the improvements and investments made by himself and his early successors, Babylon would grow into a sizable city, known for its fine, colorful textiles. However, in the centuries that followed, the city would become the focal point of the land that would eventually bear its name, Babylonia. This is the story of a great civilization that revolved around a city and its patron deity, Marduk. It's a story of progress, destruction, glory, great kings, and their noble and often nefarious deeds, and of course, of the people who lived in this marvelous land. A place that has captured the imagination of mankind from ancient times until the modern day. It's the story of Babylon, the city once at the center of the world. For just over a century, the kings of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, who presided over a superstate that scholars today call the Neo-Sumerian Empire, had ushered in an era of prosperity and cultural achievement that the already ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, up until then, had never experienced. They had brought the Sumerian language back to the forefront of daily life after nearly 150 years of Akkadian-dominated rule. Many of the great buildings of the city of Ur were renovated and expanded, such as the ziggurat dedicated to the city's patron deity, the moon god, Nana, which towered above the desert and, as far as we know, was probably the greatest religious structure of its day. But like with the Akkadian Empire a few centuries before it, the Neo-Sumerian Empire of the 3rd dynasty of Ur was not destined to last. There were likely several causes for its collapse, but one of the main reasons that scholars cite for the demise of the Neo-Sumerian state had to do with the eastward expansion of nomads called Amorites into southern and central Mesopotamia. Their arrival, along with bad harvests, famine in certain areas, and weak leadership overall, were all factors that led to the fall of the Empire of Ur. One instance of just how dire the situation had become during the final decades of the Neo-Sumerian state can be demonstrated in letters between its last king, Ibbi-Sin, and one of his commanders, Ishbi-Era. Ibbi-Sin had ordered Ishbi-Era to buy a large quantity of grain from the cities of Isin and Kazalu and bring it to the capital city of Ur. However, Ishbi-Era responds that he's unable to carry out the king's orders because Amorites have been ravaging the country and blocked all of the roads to Ur. One of his letters to the king reads, "Say to Ibbi-Sin, my lord, this is what Ishbi-Era, your servant, says. You ordered me to travel to Isin and Kazalu to purchase grain. With grain reaching the exchange rate of 1 shekel of silver for gur, 20 talents of silver have been invested for the purchase of grain. I heard news
what?
that the hostile Amorites have entered
It's
inside
just
your
dumb,
territories. I entered with 72,000 gur of grain, the entire amount of grain, inside Isin. Because of the Amorites, I am unable to hand over this grain for threshing. They are stronger than me, while I am condemned to sitting around." Not only were bands of Amorites blocking the roads and making travel between cities dangerous, but many of them
Yo,
also seemed
what's
to
up,
have been preparing to
Stan
attack
Thomas?
Nippur
What's
and
going
Isin.
on?
While this may or may not
I hope
have
you're doing
been
well.
true, Ishbi-Era took advantage of the situation around these two cities to further his own political ambitions. In another letter, he informs the king
Doing good,
that
that's
due
cool.
to the Amorite threat, he should formally
That's
be
cool.
made the
Welcome,
new
welcome.
NC, or governor, of both cities. In reality, Ibbi-Sin lacked the authority in that region to deny Ishbi-Era's request, and so he agreed to make Ishbi-Era a regional governor with jurisdiction over Nippur and Isin. Time, though, was
Eating
running
food
out.
on
and
Twitch.
The situation
Nice.
outside city walls was growing more precarious
Nice.
by the day.
Good
To
to
help
enjoy
speed up
and
the
eat
delivery
food.
of the grain, Ibbi-Sin ordered Ishbi-Era to team
It
up
is
with
okay
the
to
other
enjoy
governors
food
and commanders
and to
of the
eat it.
nearby cities that were still loyal to him, and to buy the grain at double the price if necessary. In this, Ishbi-Era was successful, and the
It
grain
is a
ultimately
true
reached
pleasure
the
of
city
many.
of Ur. Though for the time being the food situation had been resolved, Ibbi-Sin's reliance on Ishbi-Era and other commanders must have shown them just how weak the king and his government really were. And so, in 2017 BC, Ishbi-Era took matters into his own hands and officially proclaimed himself to be the new king of Isin, the city that he had once pledged to protect for Ibbi-Sin. One of Ishbi-Era's first acts as the new king of Isin was to send messengers to the governors of neighboring cities demanding that they submit to him. One such messenger was sent to
Nice, is so
the
dumb.
governor of Kazalu. We don't have the letter from Ishbi-Era to Puzur-Nemushta, but we have a letter from Puzur-Nemushta to Ibbi-Sin telling him of Ishbi-Era's treasonous acts, part of which reads,
Nose is so itchy.
"To Ibbi-Sin, my liege. Thus says Puzur-Nemushta, governor of Kazalu,
What the fuck?
your servant. The envoy of Ishbi-Era came to me and presented his case as follows. My liege Ishbi-Era has sent me to you with this message. My master, Enlil, has promised to make me shepherd of this land. I have sworn by the name of
Yo,
my
Toad, are
personal
you
god,
still a vegan?
Dagon,
Are you a
that I shall
vegan?
conquer Kazalu.
Did you say you were a vegan?
Since Enlil has promised me the cities of the land, I shall build shrines to all the gods in Isin. I
Oh,
will
brutal.
celebrate their regular festivals. I shall set up my own statues,
I'm not
my
vegan,
own
but definitely
emblems,
vegetarian. Oh
my own
wow.
priestesses.
Congrats, bro.
And as for
Do you eat like eggs?
the one in whom you put your trust, Ibbi-Sin, I shall remove from this land. Isin's wall I shall rebuild and name
Tonight,
it Idil
I had
Ashunu.
like 5 pieces of
It
romaine
was
lettuce
just as he said.
and some
Isin's wall
arugula
he rebuilt and named it Idil Bashunu.
instead of
He captured Nippur,
food.
appointed his own guard, and
Eggs,
captured
she's organized.
Nig-Dugani, the chief temple
Oh,
administrator
wow, insane.
of Nippur. His ally, Zemum, took
That's
the ruler
silly.
of Subur prisoner and plundered
But
Hamazu.
isn't it mainly a
Nur
flower
Ahum,
pollen?
governor of Eshnuna, Shu
I guess
Enlil,
some
governor
saliva.
of Kish, and Puzur Tutu, governor
Some
of
bee
Borsippa, were
of
returned
saliva.
to their original posts. The land trembles like a reed fence from his clamor. Ishbi-Era goes everywhere at the head of his troops.
Isn't that
Ishbi-Era's
wild?
clamor has
It's
become
barf?
loud,
No way.
and now he has cast his eyes in
serious?
my direction.
How is it so
I have
clean
no ally,
and pure?
no one who could compete with him. Although he has
Yeah.
not yet been able to defeat me, when he finally moves against me, I will have to flee. My liege must know about this.
I'm gonna barf.
It's doubtful that Ibi Sin dispatched any troops to support Puzur Nemushta of Kazalu, though we know that he did send letters to him berating Ishbi-Era,
Wow.
calling his former commander one who
No
was
way.
not of
Really?
Sumerian seed, and
That was a
making a
thing?
prediction that the Elamites would eventually attack Isin and capture Ishbi-Era. Part of this letter may have been true, as Ishbi-Era was originally from the city of Mari,
Also,
and may have
honey,
been of Akkadian ancestry.
really mustard? Really?
The second part was also
I've seen
partially
moldy
true.
mustard.
The Elamites would capture a king, but it would not be the new king
But
of
cheap
Isin.
Heinz mustard.
As the Neo-Sumerian Empire lost control of its vast array of territories, new political actors arose. One of these was the Elamite king and warlord,
That's the
Kindatu.
You're right.
Kindatu's father, Yiberat, had been chosen by Shulgi, the second and greatest
Dude,
king of the third dynasty of
You always
Ur,
red
to
pill me
oversee,
every
as his
stream
vassal,
code.
most of Elam from the city
You always
of
drop a
Anshan.
new red pill on me.
However, soon after Shulgi
Makes me
died,
question my
the state's
life
grip
and
on
my
its
existence.
most far-flung provinces
Like I
began
ate
to
mustard
wane.
this week.
And after many years
Shitty
in the service of the
mustard.
Neo-Sumerian kings,
really
Yiberat
big and come
declared
back.
his independence from Ur and took the city of
What,
Susa.
just like fancy ones?
By the time that Kindatu had ascended the Elamite throne after his predecessor's death, the Neo-Sumerian state was on life support.
That's cool.
Seizing the moment, in 2004 BC,
Yeah, and like
Kindatu marched
pat-
on
oh
Ur
yeah.
with a great army
You're
and
vegan. I was gonna
sacked
say
the
the
city,
pate
taking
and
both
stuff,
Ibi
but you're
Sin
vegan.
and the statue of Ur's patron
Or
deity,
vegetarian.
Nana, with him.
Cool, man. Have you seen
These
an
actions
improvement
officially
in
brought
your
about the end of the third dynasty of Ur and the
physical
Neo-Sumerian
health?
Empire.
Have you noticed any change?
The
Your mental
fall
health,
of
physical
Ur
health?
was a watershed moment in the history of ancient
Sure,
Mesopotamia,
wow. Wow.
most notably because it ushered in the gradual
That's
decline of the Sumerian language. This, though, didn't mean that it completely disappeared, but without widespread state sponsorship, its use in daily life dramatically decreased. Akkadian still remained the native and preferred language of most people, though with the influx of Amorites and other pastoral groups settling in and around the urban centers of Mesopotamia, new
Yeah, I
regional
wasn't really
dialects
planning to.
emerged. The new society that was developing was essentially a combination of the older Sumerian Akkadian culture with a bit of flavor from the more recent Amorite, Hurrian, and Kassite peoples who were slowly making their mark in southern and central Mesopotamia. We call this new society that began to
Sometime.
emerge around 1900 BC Babylonian, and the land that it came to dominate, Babylonia, both named after the city of
Oh
Babylon,
wow, interesting.
which in time would become the cultural and religious center of
I
this
eat meat
civilization,
every day.
and, for many, the world.
Blessed animals. Thank you, dear animals.
While linguistically and culturally there was some uniformity, politically, the land of Babylonia was extremely fractured. Alliances between competing strongmen shifted constantly, and cities often changed hands several times within the span of a generation. Most of the new leaders and warlords who arose out of the ashes of the Neo-Sumerian Empire were of Amorite and Akkadian lineage. During these chaotic times, two kingdoms eventually rose to prominence. One of these was centered around the city of Isin, while the other, the city of Larsa. Despite forming new, independent dynasties, most of the rulers of these and other small kingdoms tried to claim some sort of descent
Oh, wow,
or
insane.
legitimacy from the preceding Third Dynasty of Ur. These new kings,
Speaking of something
even
completely
the
different,
Amorite
did you
ones,
see
saw
David
themselves
Clemens
and their
ramped up
kingdoms
his
as a
ads just like my
continuation
channel?
of the political,
It has,
administrative,
like, I love it.
and
I
cultural
support him
heritage
doing
of
that.
the Third Dynasty of Ur.
And people are complaining
For
about his
example,
like 7,
in
8
the case
ads.
of Ishmeara
And he's like,
and his
oh,
successors
I'm
in
sorry,
Isin,
man.
Sumerian remained the language of
realized
all royal
I do the
edicts,
exact same thing.
inscriptions, literature, and even hymns, the latter which had been clearly plagiarized from kings such as Shulgi. The fifth king of the dynasty of Isin,
But there's really good. I mean,
even
dude,
compiled his law
I
code
really
in
wish
Sumerian.
like everyone can like
Though they
work
may
out
have
an ad
fashioned
blocker.
themselves as being
Like I
heirs to the
had
Sumerian
I have
kings
what?
of old,
I had a
the rulers of
page.
the Isin dynasty
I recommend like
had
a
Akkadian
10
throne
ad
names.
blocker.
Just
Very
8
random, like,
years
Twitch
after the
recommended
capture of the
really
city
well
by King
financially.
Datu,
Yeah.
Ishmeara liberated Ur from its Elamite occupiers.
Oh,
And
for
by
sure.
the end
It's
of his
it's
reign, probably also
like,
controlled the
dude, there's no
cities of
unity
Ur,
amongst
Larsa, and
the
Eridu
viewership
in
and the
south,
streamers,
along with
or even the
Marad,
streamers,
Borsippa,
because
Kazalu,
people
and
complaining,
possibly as
dude, this is
far
the
as
way
Eshnunna
the person
in
can,
the
you can, like, I don't watch
Such
any ads, I have
conquests, though,
all
were
ad blockers,
short-lived.
and
Amorite chieftains were also gaining ground in southern Mesopotamia, and by the reign of Idin
I never
Dagan,
watch an ad,
the dynasty of Isin's third
and I
king,
never,
clashes with them were becoming
complain.
much more frequent.
so
At
like,
one
figure
point,
out,
he lost
they need to
control
figure out
of
their
the cities
lives.
of Nippur and Uruk, but he quickly
It's the
got
same
them
thing,
back
do they
after
go
launching
into
a
big
counteroffensive.
streamers in like
However,
Simply's
during
chat,
the
yeah, I
reign
said
of
it,
Enlil
in like
Bani
Simply's
from
chat or whatever, and
1860
they're
to
like,
1837
hey,
BC,
where are all the
Nippur
ads? No,
was
no, they
lost for
don't.
good
They only do
to
it
the
in,
new
in the
Amorite
small chats where they
kings
can
of Larsa.
like push around little streamers. You know what I mean?
Like Isin, Larsa was
Get
a
an ad
very
blocker,
old
man.
city established perhaps
Or
in the
Turbo. We
fourth
love the
or fifth
Turbo
millennium
viewers.
BC.
Dude, you Turbo is massive. Like, it's
By
massive.
the year 1940
massive.
BC,
Because you skip
Larsa
all
was
the
ruled
ads.
by an Amorite warlord named
Only
Sabaea,
makes the minimum
who
wage
claimed the
annually from
title
his subs.
of Rabbian
Around sub
Amurim,
value, decent salary, I
meaning
agree.
chief.
We have to
the
work the
Amorites.
system, and there's no unity.
His successor
Like,
was a certain
there's no unity.
Gungunum, who ruled between
Again, if we have to have
1932
at least, we
1916
gotta have like a
BC,
group.
captured
Even the
city of
elite can do
Ur
it.
during the
Where we
7th
have
year
this
of his reign.
this
From that
rotating
point
cycle
onward, the fortunes of Larsa
of
would
when
rise
people are going
at
to
the
stream
expense
during the
of Isin.
day of 100 people watching, so that
But
everyone
Larsa
gets
was
partner.
just one city.
But no,
Between the years
everyone doesn't follow
1900
anyone else.
to 1800 BC,
Nobody watches
the
anyone
cities
else.
of Kish, Uruk, and Sippar had become independent kingdoms with their own
Just too
Amorite
much, man.
rulers. In 1894 BC, an Amorite chieftain named
I
Sumuabu
digress.
established a petty kingdom of his own along one of the eastern banks of the Euphrates River, with the small
The only
city
thing I'm
of
gonna say
Babylon
again
as its
is that you
capital.
don't see them talking
Just a
about
few
that in
kilometers
other
to the
bigger
east
name
was
streamers. You don't.
Kish, one of
Why?
the oldest and most
Why?
respected cities in the history of ancient Mesopotamia. To the south of both was Borsippa, the city of the god, Nabu.
Anyways,
There's no known text
if you ran
explaining
that song,
just how
yeah, decent
Sumuabu
salary, yeah.
acquired Babylon, but the most likely scenario is that he took over the city in much the same manner.
No,
as
people
other
here are
Amorite
pretty
chieftains
cool.
had in
Everyone,
places such as
usually, I'm
Larsa,
actually really lucky.
Uruk,
My followers
and
are
Ur.
like extremely amazing people.
It's doubtful, though,
Amazingly.
that a small city such as Babylon would have put up much resistance.
So when they say
All
ads, it's
that we
because I'm
know
usually
is that
talking
it
with
was
them,
here that Sumuabum founded his kingdom
and they're
started
gonna
a new
miss
line
what
of kings,
the conversation,
which
what
we
I'm saying.
conveniently call
And I
the
appreciate that
First
they let me know.
Dynasty of Babylon. The documents we have dating to Sumuabum's reign state that he spent a great deal of effort in building up Babylon's fortifications. This was important because, like other Amorite rulers, Sumuabum was constantly involved in turf wars with his neighbors. But he also used diplomacy and marriage alliances whenever possible. And soon, he and his successors were able to expand their territory and build small fortresses around Babylon. There were also matters of trade and disputes.
Well, I've been
with
making
neighboring
what, about
kingdoms that had to be
$15 to
resolved.
$20.
In one letter to his subordinates,
Yeah,
Dynasty's
Kelly
fourth
Cakes.
king,
I know.
Abdul Sin, complained that foreign trading
Dude,
caravans were
she's
acting as
cool.
spies and needed to be reprimanded.
Dude, she
Thus
she
says
used to
Abdul
follow me.
Sin,
I don't know if she still
your
follows
lord.
me.
Is this good in your eyes? This
Yeah.
way of acting? That
She
caravans
follows
are
me
regularly
because
arriving here,
she
that
entered
they
the
continuously
raid
get
from
informers without receiving a fee, and that you
Person
are
was
not
great.
objecting to
Steven
this.
Vetterberger.
Around the same time that Babylon was building
And yeah, like
itself up,
Steve is
the kingdom
I
of
think
Larsa to the southeast
he's
had
also, or
expanded
she follows
to
him and he
become the
follows her or
most
whatever.
powerful
Anyways,
state in Mesopotamia.
she
And due
followed
to
me
their
because
control
of the Sun
lucrative
Gym
trade
raid.
from the
Yeah,
Gulf and
that
Elam,
Sun Gym raid was
also
fucking
the wealthiest.
life changing, man.
In 1822
On her
BC,
way.
a king named Rim Sin came to power
Oh really?
and began a
Thought
major
she was in like
campaign
Kentucky or
to
something.
expand Larsa's borders even further, especially towards the north and the west. By 1810 BC, he had his sights on Uruk, which at the
Interesting.
time was ruled by an Amorite king named Anam. Knowing that he couldn't repel an attack from Larsa alone, he
People
wrote a
like
letter
watching
to Babylon's
her make
fifth king,
cakes.
Sin Mubalit,
I mean, she has amazing
asking him for
personality.
support. The two were distantly related because one of the daughters of Babylon's second king, Sumulael, had married one of
Whatever.
Anum's unnamed
Just see her
ancestors,
move.
who was a king of Uruk.
Straight to Kentucky.
In one of his letters to Sin Mubalit, Anum reminds the Babylonian king that Uruk and Babylon are one house and can speak openly. Sin Mubalit eventually did join Anum of Uruk and Demik Ilushu, the king of Isin, against Rim Sin of Larsa.
I am hungry though,
The details of the battle are
but I'm
unknown,
not gonna eat.
but it's very
I'm gonna,
clear
I'm gonna
that Rim Sin
drink water
was the
and
victor.
digest
In
my
one of his
5
annals, he
romaine
refers to
lettuce
his 14th
leaves
year on the throne as
and
the year the
the
armies of Uruk,
arugula.
Isin, Babylon, Sutium, Rapikam, and the king of Uruk were smitten with weapons.
I really improved on this level though,
Uruk
like
was
a lot.
completely absorbed into the kingdom of Larsa, while Isin, though it survived,
Holy shit,
lost
this
a
is so
significant
fast,
amount
guys.
of territory. There are no records indicating that Sin Mubalit suffered any significant losses.
For me.
But, as being part of the losing coalition against Larsa, he knew that Rim Sin would eventually come for Babylon. Thus, he spent the next 10 to 15
Did you
years
see that warp? That was
building
so
fortresses
good.
along his
That was such a
border
good warp,
in
dude.
preparation for a future
Come on,
attack.
please.
In 1801
dokes?
BC,
Just
the
these
expected attack
motherfuckers?
came, and though there are no
Like, fuck
specifics,
off.
Sin Mubalit's scribes record
Did he
the
warp
final
it too?
result as a Babylonian
Like, get
victory
fucked.
over Larsa. After that, we don't hear of a direct confrontation between the two for a while, but in 1793 BC, Rim Sin conclusively defeated
Yeah, I
Demik
think-
Ilushu
I think
and
my
annexed
friggin'
Isin into
bacteria
his growing kingdom,
just thirsty.
all but cementing
Well,
his control
obviously,
over what had once been
He's coming
ancient
out, then
Sumer.
obviously you've had enough guys for the day.
The
Yeah.
Gulf to the southeast, Elam directly east, and sparsely populated desert to the west and
I
south.
didn't eat after the
The only way for
calisthenics
Larsa
stream.
to
I just ate the
expand
lettuce
was north
and drank water.
towards Babylonian territory. Larsa wasn't Sin Mubalit's only concern. North of Babylon was a relatively
Wow,
new empire
that's
that
friggin'
scholars
blessed.
call the Kingdom of Upper Mesopotamia, ruled by a man
I might
named
do that. I might do that
Shamshi-Adad.
in the future when I'm hungry at night.
To
Just
the
eat a
northeast was
salad,
the
just
kingdom
pure
of
lettuce.
Eshnunna. Both of these kingdoms posed existential threats to
No
Babylon.
sauce. No
One
tomatoes.
advantage that Sin Mubalit had
No fruit.
was that Shamshi-Adad and
No
the kings
veggies.
of Eshnunna hated each other so much that they'd never,
No like green
ever
peppers.
unite against him.
God's
Located
sake,
in
please
the
don't feel
Diyala
heavy
River
after,
Valley,
yeah.
Eshnunna's territory rapidly expanded during the reigns of two of its more ambitious kings, Epik-Adad II
Dude, I
and
was like
Naram
eating
Sin,
like shawarma
not
at
to be
fucking
confused
night.
with Sargon the Great's grandson of the same name.
So it's a nice
One of the
fucking...
small states that Naram Sin had annexed was the kingdom of Ekalatum, whose king was
I was going full
Shamshi-Adad,
retard on
son
that
of
shawarma, man.
Ila Kabkabu. At the time, Shamshi-Adad
I turned to
was
food
no
big
match
time
for Eshnunna,
during my
so
depression
he sought refuge with
from
Sin
Clown
Mubarak
World.
in Babylon. After Naram Sin's death, perhaps around
Did you see that
1812
warp?
or 1811 BC, Shamshi-Adad left Babylon with a group of his most trusted followers and took back Ekalatum, becoming king of the city once again. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shamshi-Adad learned a valuable lesson: conquer or be conquered. Just 3 years after taking back Ekalatum, in 1808 BC, Shamshi-Adad captured the nearby city of Ashur, the center of Assyrian life and religion. He then headed west to annex the stupendously wealthy city of Mari,
Get
the
fucked.
center of yet another kingdom with an Amorite ruling house. The year 1792 BC is significant for a couple of reasons. It's the year when Shamshi-Adad conquered the kingdom of Mari, and also when Sin Mubalat's son and successor, Hammurabi, became the 6th king of Babylon. The first 5 years of Hammurabi's reign were rather uneventful. From the various archives that have been uncovered, it seems that much of his time was spent on financial matters, renovating temples, and fixing canals. In 1787 BC, he launched perhaps his first military campaign against Rim Sin of Larsa, and, surprisingly, took the cities of Isin and Uruk in the process. The Babylonians, though, weren't able to hold on to them, and within a few years, Rim Sin had taken back both cities, along with another, the border town of Malgaeum. In the summer of 1775 BC, Shamshi-Adad died, and his empire collapsed shortly afterward. Most of the kingdoms that he and his sons had conquered declared their independence, including Mari. Its new king, Zimri-Lim, who claimed to be a prince of the dynasty that ruled Mari before Shamshi-Adad's conquest, regained the throne with the backing of Yarim-Lim, the powerful Amorite ruler of Yamhad, a kingdom to the west of Mari. Shortly after his father had been assassinated, Zimri-Lim
That
sought
was
refuge
fucking
in
bullshit.
Yamhad's capital of Aleppo,
That was
and eventually
bullshit.
married a daughter of Yarim-Lim named Shibtu. Upon Shamshi-Adad's death, Yarim-Lim sent Zimri-Lim back to Mari with an army to oust Shamshi-Adad's son, Yasma-Adu, who was there serving as his father's viceroy. Shamshi-Adad's other son, Ishme-Dagan, oversaw the western parts of his father's kingdom from Ekalatum, but eventually he was ousted by Eshnunna's king, Ibal-Piel, and like his father had done a few decades before, he fled and sought refuge in Babylon.
It is funny to see people
Shamshi-Adad
complaining
and his
about the ads,
sons
though.
no longer in the picture,
But again, they
Hammurabi
wouldn't
had
complain to
two
the bigger,
new
bigger
potential threats
streamers,
on
so
his northern borders,
there's that.
Mari and Eshnunna. Of the two, Mari would make for a stronger ally because of Zimri-Lim's links with Yarim-Lim of Yamhad. A letter from one of Zimri-Lim's officials, Itur Astu, informs him as to just
Well, I mean,
how powerful
again, just like the
Yarim-Lim
ad
was.
blocker.
No king
Or the-
is
or
really
the
powerful
turbo.
on his own. 10 to 15 kings.
I'm not saying
follow
people have to
Hammurabi,
sub,
the man
but I'm
of
saying there's
Babylon.
ways around it.
Rim
And
Sin,
it's like,
the man of Larsa, Ibal-Piel, the man of Eshnunna, and Amut-Piel, the man of Katna. However, 20 kings follow
forget,
Yarim-Lim,
without
the
you
man
there,
of
there'd
Yamha.
be no show.
In 1772 BC,
True.
Ibal-Piel marched west from Eshnunna and took
That
the
is true, that
city
is really
of
considerate of
Rapico,
you, man.
which had up
That's
until then
amazing that as
been
a viewer you have
Babylonian
that
possession.
philosophy.
His control of the
But I'm
city
not- you know,
also
it's like,
threatened
it's
to
not-
cut off Babylon from
There's,
Mari.
it's
It
like
was
there's a
important
system
because
right
Zimri-Lim
now
controlled
where the
access to most of
viewer
the
doesn't
major
have to
trade
pay
routes
anything
to the west.
and just get like an ad blocker
Almost
maybe.
immediately, Hammurabi
I mean, if they
sent
want to
men
pay, it's like
fight
amazing.
alongside
That's like the
Zimri-Lim
best, but
against their new
the ones that are like complaining, you know what I mean?
The brief war that followed with Eshnuna ultimately ended up being a stalemate, though Ibal Piel did
But
gain
dude, my
some
mentality
territory
has shifted
at
big
Barney's
time.
expense.
I
The
got
Babylonians were
depressed.
able to
Dude,
take
as an
back
entertainer,
Mika.
I don't think I'm an entertainer, man.
Only after this was peace with
I am
Eshnuna
not a
reached.
full-time entertainer. That is not my life
However,
purpose.
a
I think
greater
I'm good at it. I think I
regional
have some
war
skills,
was
but
just on the horizon.
I don't think I'm an entertainer.
Ibal Piel of Eshnuna may have been eager for peace with Babylon
I
and
came to that
Mari
huge
because
realization.
he had a
What?
bigger fish on his tail.
Russ, with the
Specifically,
raid, dude,
the
your
most
channel
powerful
is
man in
fire,
Ibal,
man. People are
Sukalma,
loving your
whose
channel,
seat
your
was in the
streams,
ancient
your like
city
illegal
of
streams.
Anshan.
You don't like it either, yeah,
The
dude.
peoples of
I went into a
Mesopotamia
depression
had a love-hate
because,
relationship
dude,
with the land
because
of
like when I
Om
get into
and its
something,
inhabitants.
I kind of become obsessive and
Though
like
they
psycho
often had
mode,
armed conflicts with Elamites, the two were also trading partners.
and
The cities of Sumer and Akkad were poor in raw
when
materials,
it became
while Elam
entertainment,
was rich in natural
my
resources,
I became like
especially metals
obsessed
and
and
minerals.
psycho
The
about
Elamites also controlled many
viewers
of the valuable trade routes
and
that connected Mesopotamia with the
income
many
to
peoples who
viewership
lived
hours
far to the
and
east.
just all the wrong
1767
stuff,
BC,
and
the Sukalma wrote to Zimri
because
Lim,
that's the
requested
metric,
that both
right?
he
For success
and
is a
Hammurabi
full-time,
help him in his
right?
fight against
But
Ibal
no,
Piel
dude, it's not even
and
like my
Eshnuna,
passion.
as Ibal Piel was
I
seen
need
as the
this. I
greater
need
threat for
streaming
both
to
of them.
be
The two kings agreed and
a
sent
hobby.
troops to fight
I need it.
alongside
That's
the
like
Sukalma.
otherwise
The alliance proved fruitful, and Eshnuna
it's not
fell the following year.
personally fulfilling at the deepest
In the
spiritual
aftermath
level.
of the war, Hammurabi occupied the cities
Streaming
of
for 40
Mankisim
straight.
and Upi.
No, he'll sleep for 2.
This enraged the Sukalma, who had claimed Mankisim
Yeah, that was
for
epic
himself,
streams, man.
and ordered
I was watching.
Hammurabi to
I was
evacuate
watching.
it immediately, which the Babylonian king
I was watching
refused to do.
Scaramanga.
The Sukalma then
Scaramanga.
took Mankisim by force, showing that he was serious and not just making idle threats.
Man with the golden gun.
It now became clear to Hammurabi that the Sukalma was not content with just Eshnuna, but that he
It's
wished
a good
to
round. This is
expand
for
his
us. Oh,
influence
dude, this
much
is so
further
fast. Aw,
into
I just blew it
Mesopotamia.
all. It's over.
If the
That was a really
Sukalma
fast start.
could take Mankisim, then he could also march his troops to Babylon.
Back to playing Aztec Age on
And
October
so,
6th.
Hammurabi did what many at the time would have thought to have been unthinkable.
Cool, bro.
He reached out to his longtime rival,
That's 2 days from now.
Sin
That's
of
Friday.
Larsa, and asked
It's a
for
Friday
help.
night. Nice.
Rim Sin gave him no answer.
Aztec Asian, nice.
As for the Elamites,
Yo, what's up,
they
Elusive?
continued
How you doing, man?
onward across northern
How are
Mesopotamia,
you, my dude?
capturing and looting all of the cities and towns along their way. Zimri Lim also
Oh, fuck
contacted
this shit.
Yarim Lim of Yamhat for aid, but here too, there was no
I'm
answer.
improving
because
my
Yarim Lim had already died by the
starts a
time
lot,
his
big
letter
time.
arrived.
the left strafe stairs.
The Sakalma managed to take the city of Upi from Hammurabi.
It's way
and then
faster.
sent a message to all of the remaining
It just
kings
sets
of
up
northern
better.
Mesopotamia that he was going to march south with an army of 40,000 men and take the city of Babylon. The message was clear. If they didn't fall in line, then he would come for
See if
their
I can get
city
that
as
shot
well.
through there. That would be like ideal.
It's here that the Sokalma's ambition, coupled with his arrogance,
With
seems
my
to have
shitty
contributed
strats.
to his
Yeah, I
downfall.
still need to run stairs and left.
Though the rulers of the
I mean,
smaller
it's
kingdoms,
probably
as well as the
negligible,
regional warlords were often
for me,
hostile towards each other,
it's
they were
just-
much more suspicious of the Sukalma and
I don't
his
know.
intentions for the rest of Mesopotamia.
I think when I'm in right strafe, I
After
go
all,
too
the
far.
Sukalma and the Elamites were
to the right.
foreigners and could not be
I think I
trusted
like-
to do anything else but exploit
You know what I mean?
their land.
I think you are
as had
changing
often been the
strafe, so
case
maybe that
several
does
times
lose
in
time,
the
but
past.
it reminds
So,
me of the damn
many of them
00
assembled a broad
stairs. You know what I
coalition
mean?
to check the Sokalma's advance further into the land of the two rivers. Zimri Lim also sent more troops to support Hammurabi,
Sets you
which
up for
put
the door
further
guard? Yeah, it
pressure on
does.
the Sokalma's forces.
And the guard. That's what I'm learning.
Realizing that he had overextended his forces and that the tide had clearly turned against him, the Sukalma and his army were forced to retreat back home through the territory of Eshnuna.
I'm resetting a lot
but
because
not before
it
looting
needs to be
every
pretty
town
clean.
on their
I'm
way
not that
to Elam.
consistent.
And so ended the latest Elamite incursion into Mesopotamia. it would not be the last. The defeat of Elam and Hammurabi's role in it must have inflated his ego.
Wow, I should have been a lot more
Though
health.
Hammurabi wouldn't have been able to have defeated the Sukalma and his men without Zimri-Lim's help, he nevertheless took all of the credit for their expulsion from Mesopotamia and claimed in an inscription that he had secured the foundations of Sumer and Akkad. During the war with Elam, Larsa's ruler, Rim-Sin, had remained on the sidelines despite Hammurabi's call for aid. There were likely several reasons for this, most of them being quite practical. As far as we know, Rim-Sin
It's been a good
had
session.
No
We've
quarrel
been-
with the Sukalma of Elam, and many
been doing
scholars
well.
believe that he may have even had Elamite ancestry.
Even just
Larsa
learning the
also had
stairs
a long,
fucking helped me
porous
out a
border
fucking hell of a
with
lot.
Elam. Were Rim-Sin to have
This is
joined
really
Hammurabi,
fast.
then Larsa would have been
Oh,
extremely
this is so
vulnerable
fucking fast,
to an
guys.
Elamite attack
Dudes.
from the east.
This is really fast.
Probably most troubling to
Oh, I
Rim-Sin
fucking suck.
was Hammurabi's seemingly
suck, guys.
unbridled ambition. Rim-Sin, who by then was an old man with a great deal of political wisdom, knew that Hammurabi was much more ambitious than his predecessors, and after ending his quarrel with Elam, there was a good chance that he would become more aggressive towards Larsa. After all, the two
Wow.
kingdoms had a tumultuous history and were almost never on good terms. It was hard for Rim-Sin to trust someone
Does
like
anyone
Hammurabi,
have
let alone enter an alliance with him. A war
B116?
to the north in Eshnuna with the Sokalma may have suited his interests just
Pardon
fine,
my ignorance.
because
On
it would keep
Xbox?
Hammurabi occupied for the time being and take his sights away from Larsa.
Because I know on Switch you can
As
shoot
it
it.
turned out,
You can
though,
use the 2.x.
Rim-Sin had been wrong. Hammurabi and his coalition
Oh,
had
yeah.
defeated the Sokalma, as well as taken over much of the
Dang.
land once belonging
I need to see that run
Eshnuna,
after.
making him, in effect, much stronger than before. Hammurabi's victory also
missed
turned
it.
him into a sort of savior of all of Mesopotamia, for it was he who led the fight against the Sukalma and his foreign Elamite army. At least, that's what his propagandists conveyed to the population.
Insane.
Accusing Rim-Sin of not only rejecting his alliance against the
Just a
Sukalma,
more
but
boosts.
also of possibly collaborating with the
I'm
Elamites
guessing more boosts.
and violating Babylonian territory, Hammurabi launched an invasion of Larsa. There aren't many details about the campaign, but things seem to have been moving in Hammurabi's direction when he laid siege to the city of Mashkan Shapir. This city was reportedly being defended by Rim-Sin's brother and thousands of troops, who eventually surrendered to Hammurabi on the promise that he would treat the population with mercy. Soon after his victory, other cities also surrendered to Hammurabi and the Babylonian army. Reinforcements also came from Hammurabi's allies, such as Zimri-Lim. Rim-Sin sent messengers to kings as far
Oh my
away
God.
as Katna in the Levant, asking them to aid him in his struggle against Babylon, but to no avail. Finally, one day in 1763 BC, the 31st year of Hammurabi's
Such a
reign,
scam.
a Babylonian army entered Larsa
4
after
boots
a
for every
long
grand
siege,
run.
during which the city ran out of food. Babylonian texts tell us what happened
Crazy.
next. Hammurabi, king of Babylon, mustered his troops and marched on Rim-Sin. He
Good luck,
conquered
man.
Ur, Larsa, took away their possessions to Babylon, and brought Rim-Sin there in a neck stock. The next year, 1762 BC, Hammurabi captured and annexed
Does anybody
what
have
remained of
damn
Eshnuna
51
into
yet?
his growing empire. During that campaign, Hammurabi requested Zimri-Lim
I haven't
to
checked
send troops
in a
from
while, I'm
Mari
sorry, my man.
to augment his own forces, but the latter ignored him. His reasoning seems obvious.
I've been trying to get a
Hammurabi and
job.
Babylon were growing
That's
just
exactly
too
what we were
powerful,
talking about
and
when
Zimri-Lim
Russ rated,
rightly
because
feared
before
that
I was
after
like
Eshnuna,
streaming
Hammurabi
100
would
hours a
come
month.
for Mari.
which was awesome.
Zimri
I
Lim's
really
refusal
appreciated
to
the
answer
support
his
too.
call incensed Hammurabi,
I
who
realized
saw such lack of action as a
that break.
betrayal. But Zimri Lim was also a king, and not a servant of Hammurabi, and he must have been tired of constantly having to do Babylon's bidding, like some common vassal.
Oh man.
His fears of the
I'm sorry, I don't mean
Babylonians
to
coming
laugh.
for Mari were justified after all, for in the year
Typical.
1762 BC, Hammurabi sent an army.
Because that's
to take
exactly what we were
Mari.
talking about. We were literally talking
It's
about
not
that.
known if Zimri Lim was
About
even there. It's possible that
my
he may have
viewers.
been out campaigning.
So we were
with
talking
one of his
about
allies
people
in the
complaining
west.
in Clemens' chat
What is known from Babylonian sources
because of ads,
is that
like
Hammurabi's
complaining.
men entered
Elusive
Mari,
is not
took
complaining.
anything of
I'm
value
not saying
that
like
they
I'm
could
not.
find,
I'm not
tore
judging
down
my
Mari's
followers and
protective
viewers. But what I'm
walls,
saying is
and then set the city on
that's
fire.
what we were talking about.
One Babylonian text from
And
the time
I'm saying the
states,
followers in
rather
my chat.
poetically,
Okay, back
what
hearing
Hammurabi
now.
did.
Thanks, dude.
When he took Mari and the towns in that area,
We,
he
the
destroyed the
followers
walls
in my chat,
and changed the
they only
landscape
say
into hills
that, but
and
add
ruins.
if I'm talking to them.
With more money and men, Hammurabi's final years were spent annexing other territories
Yeah, that's
into
true.
his growing empire, especially
mean,
in northern
You know, like
Mesopotamia.
I don't think
While
there's an
to some,
obligation
it may
to
seem that
sub.
Hammurabi
I
was
think
always
ad
at war.
blockers.
Military campaigns were not his
Right.
only focus.
I'm a big
Documents from various
supporter
parts
of ad blockers.
Babylonia indicate that much of Hammurabi's time was devoted to running affairs of state, building temples, constructing forts, maintaining canals, and working out trade agreements
And the
with
point that
neighboring
we
kingdoms.
made earlier
The information that scholars have obtained
was
from
that,
accounting
or
texts
Turbo,
and
yeah,
letters
dude.
to his subordinates
Yeah,
show
thanks,
that
man, dude.
Hammurabi
Turbo
was
viewers
obsessed with even the minor
helped me a
details of
lot in
government.
terms of my income revenue.
It's during his final years that Hammurabi consolidated
Still can't
what
hear
would
me, the
become
blockers,
his
I
famous
tried.
code of laws.
Dang, sorry, man.
With nearly 300 different laws covering everything from theft, murder, financial transactions, money laundering, marriage, personal injuries, debt,
Like when
workers'
I get a
wages,
job, I might turn it down
farming,
again, but
land management, inheritance, and everything in between. Hammurabi's law code is the longest and best organized legal
I think
collection
quote 138
we know
and
of
quote
for
139
ancient
have the ad
Mesopotamia.
blockers that I use.
Though
I
in
use
widespread use for
Firefox.
centuries after his death, it was also heavily influenced by older legal traditions, both written and oral. Many
Oh,
of the
get
punishments in Hammurabi's code were quite harsh, not just
Get
by our
fucked.
standards today, but also when compared to earlier Sumerian law codes, where the punishment could often be mitigated or
gosh.
even annulled with a simple fine. Examples from Hammurabi's code include
Yeah,
the
Turbo
following.
viewers. It shows what
If a woman
percentage
innkeeper
of
should
ad
refuse
revenue
to
comes
accept
from
grain for
Turbo,
the price of beer, but
comes
accepts
from
only silver
viewers, from
measured by
subs,
the large weight,
viewership.
thereby reducing the value of beer in relation to the value of grain, they shall charge and convict that woman innkeeper, and they shall cast her into the
If you
water.
want to support her, I know Turbo. Thanks, bro.
If a man should blind the
Thanks, broski.
eye of another man, they shall blind
I'm
his
just sharing
eye.
the information, dude, because you don't learn any of this.
However,
There's
such
no
laws did
there's no
not apply
manual with this
equally
information.
to
You just
all
learn
members
by
of
doing,
society. Punishments varied according to one's
and
social
things always
class.
change all the time.
For example, in the law just mentioned
Like
regarding
why?
blinding, the term for a man or person is awilu, meaning one from the elite or upper class. If the same offense was committed against a commoner or a slave, then the sentence was often much more lenient. In the next two laws, the person committing the crime is one from the elite, awilu
Helps
class.
too with the bit. Oh, for sure.
If he should blind the eye of a
The
commoner
elite, I
or
didn't
break
hear.
the bone of a commoner, he
Sorry,
should
man.
weigh and deliver 60 shekels of silver. If he should blind the eye of an awilu's slave or break the
knows.
bone of an awilu's slave, he shall weigh and deliver
He's talking about
1/2
controversy.
of his value in silver. Not all laws carried such heavy punishments. In fact, there were many provisions within the code to help out those who may have been suffering from circumstances
why, man?
beyond their control, like the following law demonstrates. If a man has
Like,
a
it's just
debt
gonna take
lodged against him,
time for me to
and
get
the
this
storm god,
time.
Adad,
Like, you watch
devastates his
other top
field,
players like
or a
Clemens
flood
and like
sweeps away
Calvin
the
and Lou,
crops,
they're
or
every
there is
single
no grain
run.
grown in the field
And
due to
friggin'
insufficient water.
Kaidos.
In that year, he will not repay grain
Like,
to his
I'm
creditor.
just so
He
inconsistent.
shall suspend performance of his contract, and he will not give interest payments for a year.
And slow.
In the end, Hammurabi transformed Babylon from a relatively mid-sized kingdom into an empire that at its height covered pretty much all of Iraq and much of eastern
Oh, you're
Syria.
the fucking man, dude. That's a quote.
However,
We gotta
it
add that
wouldn't
as a quote.
last, as his successors seem to have had neither his charisma nor, perhaps more importantly, the capability to govern and hold together such a vast domain.
Thanks, man. That's cool, dude. Oh, I would do that to help people get affiliate.
Hammurabi's
Russ,
firstborn son
it took-
and designated successor
took
was
me
Samsu-Iluna.
A year and a half to become affiliate.
Archives reveal that he spent considerable time in Mari
Yeah.
during the reign of Zimri-Lim.
Streaming
What exactly he
full-time
was doing there
through
isn't
the
known.
pandemic in 2020.
During the final years
To
of Hammurabi's
2021.
reign, the great Babylonian king became ill, and Samsu-Iluna
I want to put that in
became
my
his
in
co-ruler.
my like bio.
When Hammurabi died in 1750,
Took me a year and a half to
BC,
become
after
affiliate.
42 years on the throne,
If you can
Samsu-Iluna
do- like,
officially became
You can do it
the
too.
first dynasty of Babylon's
Follow me, I'll
second
follow
king.
you. You watch me, I'll
According
watch
to
you all lurk.
records, the first 7
Like,
or
help
8
everyone
years
get
of
fucking affiliate 'cause it's
Samsu-Iluna's
free.
reign were focused on economic matters and
We were
temple
literally
construction.
just talking about that, Russ, too. There's no unity,
However,
man.
In 1742
If we,
BC,
c-
he
dude,
faced the first real
it's a lot
challenge
harder
to
for
his
male
rule
streamers to do
in
that.
the form of a
than
massive
female ones, I
rebellion
believe.
that not only started in the city of Larsa,
Yeah, I guess
but
I'm
also
just a
just
shy
happened to
guy
have been
too.
led
I
by a
diversified
man
too. I was
named
doing Goldeneye
Sim.
and weightlifting.
While a
So,
few have speculated that this
took a
was the
while to
same
find
Rimsin who had been defeated by his father in 1763
People that
BC,
liked both, I
the
guess.
overwhelming majority of scholars believe that it was an entirely different person. When the original Rimsin lost his throne to Hammurabi, he was already an old man in
Fuck
his
off.
late 60s or early 70s, and most likely
That's what I said. I
wouldn't
said
have still been alive,
my issue was I
let alone
diversified too
able to
soon.
organize and
But I really don't
execute
think
a
that was the
full-scale
issue.
rebellion against Babylon. For this reason, scholars
I think
call
it's just
him
me,
Rimsin
which is
II.
fine.
Records from the 1740s BC
That's what I mean, I have to be
indicate
okay
that
with it.
conditions in
Like,
Larsa
I
were
can't
awful, with
Try to make
inflation
it a full
spiraling out
time
of
and go
control,
into the
and
psychosis
famine
of
crippling the city
of
and surrounding
of
countryside.
self-worth by how many people are
The same
watching, you know?
conditions were also present
I
in
just,
Uruk
you can't
as
do
well.
that.
And following the example of Rimsin II,
Become an e-girl
a
streamer
certain
next night,
Rim
affiliate with
Anum
him, we guarantee
declared
you,
his
right?
city's independence and crowned
But
himself
dude, there's like
as its new
fucking
king.
a lot of dudes.
Other self-appointed kings also took the thrones of Isin, Kazalu, and Ishnuna,
That are
while
huge
several
time
other
streamers.
cities, including Lagash, Ur,
I think it's just
the
my
holy city of
networking.
Nippur, staged massive revolts of their own. At first, Rimanum and Rimsin II worked together
why I say
against
that
their common enemy,
is there's no unity.
Samsu-Iluna. However,
Like, how many
later
people
on,
are in the elite?
Rimanum
Maybe a
turned
few
against
hundred, like
Rimsin
1,000
II and
that check
allied
the
himself
the
with
board and
Samsu-Iluna,
in
who
streams,
may have
right?
made him an offer of clemency if he abandoned
Nobody like
the
follows
rebellion
everybody.
and
Nobody follows
Rimsin.
everybody. I follow everybody.
Whatever the real reason for their breakup was, Rimsin II and his coalition
And
dispatched a force to
if we just
subdue
unite, like,
Rimanum
have this,
and
like,
Uruk, but it was
partner,
defeated, at
road
least
to
according a
partner,
statement
team
issued by Rimanum.
viewership
It
plan with and have
The year
every
in which
viewer
King Rim-Anum
or every streamer
inflicted
stream
a
for an
defeat
hour
on the troops of the
of
land
whatever.
of Larsa,
Could be anything.
the armies
And
of
have all
Ishnuna, Isin,
75 to
and
100
Kazalu,
viewers there,
all together having presented themselves
right? For
at
each
Uruk
hour,
for
do like a
war.
weekend to get
Since
people
time
to
immemorial,
fucking
Uruk
partner.
had never
But no,
experienced such
there's
a
no
dust
unity.
storm raised by
Everybody
a
hates
foreign
everyone
army.
else.
But after the dust storm settled, he slaughtered all of them, and by his power, ejected them all from the homeland. While Rimanum may have claimed victory, it was really Samsu-Iluna who benefited, as many of his rebel adversaries had now
Oh, you like
severely
to do the follow to
which
follow,
made it
dude.
much
It's
easier
sick,
for the
man.
Babylonian king to
If
forcibly
you're
take
making
their
me
kingdoms
mod, I like
back
do that
into
nice,
his
man.
empire. While the
Quebec's
details of what
workplace
happened
safety
next
boards
aren't
is
known,
Bombardier
we do know from
recreational
temple
products.
documents that barely 2 years
Planned in
after
the
the
provinces
rebellions
of
had
Eastern
started,
Township.
Samsui Luna was back in control of Larsa, and by 1737 BC, also
Not really
Uruk,
follow our
Isin,
going way.
Nippur, Ishnuna, and nearly all
The
of
less
the other
minimum wage,
cities
I'm not
that had rebelled
surprised.
against
Did
him.
you see Quebec
Rimsin II
got this
had
like
been
$7
killed,
billion
and Rimanum disappeared
battery
from the
factory or
scene.
some shit?
In all, Samsui Luna claims to have defeated or killed at least 26 kings and rebel leaders, as one inscription attributed to him reads. The year was not half over that he,
Like what?
Samsui Luna, killed Rimsin, the agitator of Emutbal, who had been elevated to the kingship of
So where were we
Larsa.
going with that?
And in the land of Kish, he heaped up a burial mound.
We're
over
going
him.
somewhere with that, Russ.
He killed 26 rebellious kings, his foes.
Yeah.
He
There's no
annihilated
unity. There's
all
no
of them.
unity.
He captured Iluni, king of Eshnuna, who had been disobedient to him. He
Because
carried
it's
him
not
off in
us
next
against each other.
and destroyed
It's not even
his
us
life.
against the game. It
He
is.
caused the
but
land of Sumer and
it's
Akkad
us
to live in agreement.
against like Jeff
He caused the
Bezos.
four quarters to dwell under his
And
command.
the only way that Jeff Bezos is gonna win
Statements such
is
as
when
this, though,
we're
can be
not
a bit
unified.
misleading when it comes to the reach of Samsui Luna's
And streamers,
power.
we
For by
need a
the early
streaming union
1720s BC,
big time.
it's clear
Big
that the
fucking time.
Babylonian Empire, created by Hammurabi, was already in decline. Documents from Nippur, Isin, and other cities
We need Rakaita
that had once
law.
been the
You know
Sumerian
Rakaita law?
Deep South
We need him to
indicate that
like.
they no longer recognized the king in Babylon as their overlord.
He's on
and
Twitch.
were now
Follow
under
him
the
at
influence of a new power referenced in
REKEITA
texts as the
LAW.
dynasty of the Sealand. Little today is known
He's from
about this
Minnesota.
so-called dynasty, but it seems
like
that
a lawyer.
its kings presided over the
He has thousands and
marshlands
thousands of
southern
followers.
Mesopotamia.
Wasn't evil me neither. Yeah, really.
After 38 years on the throne, Samsui Luna passed away in 1712 BC. He was succeeded by his son, Abi Ashua, the first of the last four kings of Babylon's founding dynasty. Unlike with the reigns of Hammurabi and Samsui Luna, there is
Yeah, dude.
relatively little
The
documentation
following, the
dating to the
follower,
collective 116 years that these kings
dispels
sat on
the issue
throne.
of what's the
The few
word?
texts that have been uncovered mention only 6 military campaigns, which is odd
Where-
in the history of ancient Mesopotamia.
Iluna.
While it's
What's a
tempting
Luna?
to think that this means there was peace and tranquility throughout the land, the likely scenario
dispels the
is that
issue
the last
of-
Babylonian kings either avoided armed conflicts because they lacked the men and
I
resources
don't know what
to
the
win
word
them,
is, but the word is like
or
lack
they
of
may have simply been on the
reciprocity.
losing side of most of them, and thus didn't record or state their losses in
It
their
avoids
inscriptions
the
and public statements, since doing
nightmare
so would show
of
them
the
as being
simp.
weak and incompetent. The few conflicts that
Where they
were
never get
recorded
any
mention one
attention
with Kassites
back.
near the city of Kish, as well as an incident involving an army from Elam. There was also a war with Eshnuna around 1696 BC, in which Abi
Iluna.
Yeshua claimed victory, as one of his rare inscriptions states. King Abi Yeshua, by the
Yeah.
perfect power of the god
Sorry, man.
Marduk, defeated in a powerful battle the army of the land of Eshnuna
I don't have it.
on the way
I don't have the
from
video in
Kashil,
front of me. I
and
have it
took
behind
prisoner
me.
Ahushina, the king of Eshnuna.
It's
The
just so
last
complex,
military
man.
encounter on record was
It's
between
really your
King
ancestor?
Amiditana of Babylon
You serious?
and Meek Ilushu of the Sealand dynasty, in which the Babylonians claimed victory by destroying an enemy fortress.
Toad is a descendant of
Around
Alexander the Great.
1632 BC, during the reign of Amisaduqa, there are
And
letters from the
Xerxes.
king to one of his governors regarding raids around Sippar by armed groups of marauders. In one of the letters, the king suggests
Yeah,
that his
who's my
governors
cousin?
take the appropriate
Oh, I get it, I
precautions
get it, I
to
get it.
fortify their cities and towns, as well as have farmers move their animals to safer places in the mountains, and for the townspeople to stay within the city's protective walls until the danger has passed. The last king of the first dynasty of Babylon, Samsuditana, reigned for 31 years. Like his three predecessors, there are few documents and inscriptions from his time on the throne, but those that are available
Oh, this is
show
fast.
that many groups on the kingdom's periphery,
Come on,
including
man.
Kassites, Elamites, Hurrians,
Like so
and
dumb,
people from
dude.
around Eshnuna, were constantly harassing Babylon's borders. While a great nuisance, all of these groups were known entities and could eventually be dealt with through force or by simply bribing them to do
what?
Babylon's bidding.
Like, how? Whatever.
Around 1630 BC, a Hittite king named Hattushili had acquired a large kingdom of his own in central Anatolia. Wanting to expand into the more fertile and prosperous lands of the Levant and Mesopotamia, he launched several campaigns of conquest to acquire the wealth that most believe existed in the great kingdoms to his southeast. Hattushili mercilessly attacked
fucked.
the once powerful kingdom of Yamhad,
Like, so
but
dumb.
ultimately failed to take its capital city of Aleppo. This, though, was finally achieved in 1595 BC by his grandson and successor, Mushili I.
Oh, what?
With the newfound wealth
Okay,
and
whatever.
plunder obtained from Yamhad's
Such a
coffers,
scam.
Mushili then led his Hittite army on a 2,000-kilometer
It's
march
such a scam.
along the Euphrates into the heart of Babylonia, sacking many of the cities along the way until he finally arrived at the gates of Babylon. There are few details written down about his campaign. The Babylonian Chronicle, known as Chronicle 40, simply tells us, during the time of Samsu-Ditana, the Hittites marched on Akkad. A more detailed account is given in the Hittite document known as the Proclamation of Telepinu. It records the following
Holy
about
shit.
the reign of
I was
Mushili.
so flying through there.
And then he marched to Aleppo, and he destroyed Aleppo and brought captives and possessions of Aleppo to Hattusha. Then, however, he marched to Babylon, and he destroyed Babylon, and he defeated the Hurrian troops, and he brought captives and possessions of Babylon
Missed
to
it.
Hattusha. The Hittites plundered the city and its temples, including the main one dedicated to the city's patron god, Marduk, where they stole the sacred image or statue of the deity. However, Mushili didn't stay long, nor did he leave a garrison of troops
Oh, that's
anywhere
fast.
in Babylonia, for it appears that his time away from the Hittite heartland had caused a great deal of
Scam.
political trouble for him at home. Shortly after returning to the Hittite capital of Hattusha, he was assassinated. As for Samsu-Ditana, we never hear about him, nor anyone from his dynasty, ever again. Contemporary inscriptions, texts, or any other form of records documenting what happened next have not been uncovered, but later writings allude to there being political chaos throughout Babylonia. One Babylonian text written over 500 years after the fall of Babylon to the Hittites makes a casual reference to the time period, which it describes in the following way. When the fighting of the Amorites, the insurrection of the Hanians, and the army of the Kassites upset the boundaries of Sumer and Akkad during the reign of Samsu-Ditana, and the ground plans could not be recognized, and the borders were not designed. Of these and other groups that were present throughout ancient Mesopotamia in the 16th century
Man.
BC, it was a Kassite family or tribe that eventually garnered the most power in Babylonia, as well as control of the city of Babylon itself. They would go on to rule most of the land for over 400 years and become the longest ruling dynasty in the history of ancient Mesopotamia. Because of their language and ethnic identity, scholars simply call this ruling house the Kassite dynasty of Babylon. The word Kassite comes from Kashu,
Oh, this is fast.
which is the term that Akkadian speakers
This is
used
real
to
fast.
identify them.
That stuff was so
The
dumb though.
Kassites,
It's
though,
fine.
called themselves Galzu.
Like, fuck off.
The Kassites first appear in a text attributed to Hammurabi's son and successor, Samsu-Iluna. Dated to approximately 1742 BC, the king mentions a military encounter where he destroyed the foundations of the Kassite troops
No
at
joke?
Tikala. From then onward, Kassites also appear in other texts as skilled horsemen and charioteers who served the king as mercenaries or made up the personal guard of powerful officials such as governors. Other documents listing people with distinctly Kassite names indicate that they were also hired as seasonal laborers. The Kassites, whose homeland was somewhere in the Zagros Mountains, had a language of their own, but it's not very well understood by modern scholars. Our knowledge of it comes primarily from the few Akkadian Kassite dictionaries that have been found, which outline some basic vocabulary, mostly dealing with horses, and the names of a few Kassite deities.
It is Ross. Hey, thanks bro. To you too. I didn't know that was today. Yogurt has gotten better. Dude, I haven't eaten yogurt in like fucking like 15 years, man.
This comes as no surprise, because the Kassites were widely known as skilled horsemen during the Late Bronze Age. Exactly when and how the Kassite dynasty first consolidated its rule over Babylonia is hotly debated by scholars. Some believe that they may have been favored by the Hittites, who were also skilled horsemen and chariot riders. They've also argued that the Kassites may have
extremely
spoken
fatty?
European language similar to that of the Hittites.
Isn't that so
And
insanely
due to this,
fatty?
they became natural allies. These, though, are just theories, and there's little, if any, evidence to support them. The earliest known Kassite ruler
Isn't that
was
just
a man
like fat?
named Gandash, who we only know about through his name appearing on 2 king lists and a short inscription where he addresses himself as King of the Four Quarters, King of Sumer and Akkad, King of Babylon.
Interesting.
His successor was Agum I, who in one of the king lists is referred to as both
How
Agum
much
the
are you eating
Great
in a sitting?
and the son of
I don't know.
Gandash. Little is known about these 2 rulers beyond their names.
Like, what flavors are you
including
talking about?
when they supposedly reigned as kings, and how much territory they
Talking
actually
like Greek
controlled.
yogurt
For all practical
with
purposes,
rice
they
and
may have been little
meat
more
and
than
shit?
powerful tribal leaders who were given the title of king by their descendants. The next Kassite rulers
People just
were
cut the yogurt?
Kashtaliash I, Abir Ratash, Kashtaliash II, and Urzi
no flavors,
Kurumash,
yeah.
which are all distinctly
I
Kassite
figured.
names.
But like no fruit?
Like their predecessors, we only know about them from a few king lists and their mention in a few texts or building inscriptions. However, a lot more historical evidence has been uncovered with regard to the next Kassite king, Agum II, also known as Agum
I
Kakrime,
agree.
who likely lived around 1570 BC. According to one of his inscriptions, it was he who retrieved
But I'm
the
not eating
statue
any
of
fruit
Marduk
now either,
that
also.
the Hittites had stolen during Mursili's conquest of Babylon. How he did this isn't mentioned, but the purpose of the inscription is clear. Since Marduk returned to Babylon during the
not
reign
sure,
of
yeah.
Agum II, then Agum must have been the god's chosen ruler, and thus the legitimate king of Babylon. In their efforts to become the undisputed rulers over
guess it's
all
like cheese.
of
I
Babylonia,
eat cheese.
the Kassite kings launched campaigns against the so-called Sealand dynasty to the south. To increase their
Very big vice
legitimacy
of mine.
in the eyes of the people, they first took the holy city of Nippur.
But I react well to
in
cheese. I break it
1475
down
BC,
well.
Had annexed all of southern Mesopotamia down to the
I can eat a
marshlands
ridiculous amount
surrounding
of
the
cheese.
Gulf. The text known as
Like an
Babylonian
insane
Chronicle
amount.
40 tells us the fate of the Sealand dynasty and its last king. Gamil, king of the Sealand, fled to Elam. Later, Ulam Hurriash, brother of Kashtaliash III, the
Breakdown
Kassite, mustered
East
his army,
Asian ancestry.
conquered the Sealand, and governed the country.
Interesting.
And so, after nearly 300 years, Babylonia was united into a single kingdom once again, which the
East
Kassites
Asian?
and later others would call Karduniash.
Like
Along
China?
with political reunification came economic renewal. Trade between the city of Babylon and the Gulf
You
brought in
comment?
desperately needed raw materials, including copper
Like
and
fuck.
stone from as far away as present-day Oman. With these new resources and wealth, Kings such as Kara Indash were able to restore important temples, such as the one dedicated to the goddess
China,
Inanna
what?
in the city of Uruk. Two of the more important Kassite kings were named Kurigalzu,
Are you a
which
Chinese
means
spy?
shepherd of the Kassites. The first Kurigalzu ruled sometime during the 1390s BC.
Is that why you're
while
fed?
the reign
That's
of
what
the
I'm saying,
second
man.
one was between
When
1332
when
to
Toad
1308
first entered the
BC.
stream,
Both were great builders.
I thought he
but
might
the
be
first
like a
one is
fed.
credited with the
He
establishment
posted
of a
this
new
video of him
royal
like
residence
jacked upside
called
down doing
Dur
upside down
Kurigalzu,
push-ups
meaning Fort Kurigalzu.
against the wall with a
Located
mask.
about 100 kilometers north of Babylon, Dur Kurigalzu contained royal palaces, administrative buildings, several temples,
And not
at
making
least
a
one
spelling mistake
large
once.
ziggurat. Most religious sites in the city
Only
were
typos.
dedicated to the god Enlil,
And it's not his
who
fault,
around
it was
this time
keyboard's fault
became
always.
the patron deity of the Kassite royal family.
Or some Twitch lag.
Thus, it's no surprise that the city of Nippur, home of
It's like
the
Mr.
people,
Perfect.
the great temple of Enlil, was also an important site of pilgrimage for the Kassite kings.
There's someone else I thought was a fed too.
To the north of Babylonia
Sour Stash,
was the
maybe?
rapidly expanding kingdom of Assyria. Once consisting of just the small shrine town of Ashur, the Assyrians had expanded their influence
came in the
due to
stream
their
when we
commercial
were
endeavors throughout northern Mesopotamia
filming Rich
and
Miami
southeastern Anatolia. But in
mansions
the
at
15th
night.
century BC,
Steven's
Assyria
a
was
fed.
a vassal of the powerful Hurrian kingdom of the Mitanni.
Steven is fed up.
Though Assyrian kings often revolted against their Mitanni overlords, they were
Stephen
generally
is well fed.
unsuccessful. And on one occasion, the Mitanni king,
Party guy
Shaushtatar,
couldn't gimmick his
sacked
face.
the city of Ashur and looted its
Yeah,
holy temple,
that actually makes the
taking as
most
his
sense.
prize a door made of silver
He
and
like
gold.
baits people
Despite this,
to
the
admit
Assyrians
who
kept revolting.
it has a
By around
firearm.
1350 BC, the
And then
Assyrian
he checks
king,
up the registry in their state.
Ashur-uballit I, decisively defeated the Mitanni king, Shutarna III.
That's why he has
in
such a
battle.
sick gun locker.
This not only ended Mitanni control over most of northern Mesopotamia, but was perhaps
It's a
also the
federale.
crucial event that allowed Assyria to become a major
It's actually
regional
Mexican.
power.
Have
For
you
the
seen his
most
chair?
part, the Kassite kings of Karduniash had good relations with their Mitanni counterparts. The latter, who seemed to have had little interest in expanding further into southern Mesopotamia.
Thanks for
However,
being here. Listen
the
to my
emergence
random
of a
stupid
newly
shit, dude.
independent and militaristic Assyria on Babylonia's northern border was cause for concern, especially when spies of the Kassite king Burnaburiash II reported that Ashur-uballit was corresponding with the pharaoh of Egypt. Enraged, he wrote the following in a letter to the Egyptian king. "The Assyrians are my subjects, and it was not I who
The
sent them
weak
to you.
end.
Why have they taken it upon themselves to come to your country? If you love me, let them conduct no business there, but send them back to me empty-handed." The
Great- oh,
Assyrians,
wow,
of
great
course,
choice.
were not
Oh, wow.
subjects of
I thought you were
Babylon,
gonna
but
criticize
an
me.
independent kingdom that was rapidly expanding
just
in
'cause
all directions.
I'm not like an
There's no doubt
80s
that Burnaburiash
sound
saw a rising
fan.
Assyria as his greatest
He's not as
threat.
popular. Oh, really? He did the
Other than
fucking like
writing letters of
Super Bowl
complaint to
halftime
his
show,
regional
man.
counterparts, there's little he could have done.
Maybe
Ashur-uballit,
he's just,
though,
like,
was
forced.
more occupied with military matters to the west.
I
and
don't
didn't
know.
want to open up another front with
I don't like the
Babylonia.
80s sound.
And so, to keep the peace
want another
and
one?
increase cooperation between the two kingdoms,
I don't know. Most of the bands from the 80s, I would say.
Mubalatat Sherua to Burnaburiash
The
II.
hollow
The two newlyweds
drums.
eventually had a
Oh, the
son
hollow drum
named
sound. The
Kara-Hardash,
the
who
shitty
in
rhythm,
1333
hollow drum
BC
sound.
became the new
And
king
from the 80s.
of Babylon.
You
However,
just flush
after
that down
less
the
than a
toilet.
year on the throne,
For someone to bring it
Kara-Hardash
back?
was reportedly
For a
killed
Zoomer
by
to bring
his
it
own
back?
troops in a rebellion, after which the soldiers picked a new king named Nazi-Rugash. Ashur-uballit was
But, like, he's-
infuriated at the murder of his grandson.
I don't know if
and
he makes his
marched
own
down to
stuff or not,
Babylon
right? He
to
just might be
intervene.
a
An
product
Assyrian
of.
document, known as the Synchronistic History, which most scholars have deemed to be fairly accurate, describes what happened next.
Whatever.
In the time of Ashur-uballit, king of Assyria, Kassite troops
As you guys
rebelled
seen it,
against
it's like,
king
man,
of
I want to.
Karduniash, son of Muwalitat Shirua,
Yeah.
the daughter of Ashur
Michael
Uballit,
Jackson usually.
and killed him.
Yeah.
They appointed Nazi Bugash, a Kassite, son of nobody, as king over them. Ashur Uballit marched to Karduniash to avenge Kara-Hardash, his grandson. He killed Nazi Bugash, the king of Karduniash, appointed Kurigalzu the Younger,
Thing is,
son
like,
of Burnavuriash,
I think it's just
as
the
king,
sound,
and put him on
because
the throne of
his
father.
music is like the music is really
Kurigalzu
it's
the
good.
Younger,
It's good
mentioned in
music,
this
but
text,
the
is actually
sound is just
Kurigalzu the
not
Second,
good.
not to be
So
confused
it's
with the
definitely
earlier
written.
king, Kurigalzu the
It
First.
seems like his big songs are
Being chosen by
are
Ashur Uballit,
hits
though, didn't
that have been
necessarily
saved
endear
for someone
Assyria
like
to
him
Kurigalzu
to come
II.
around.
And during
Right?
his
'Cause they're
24-year reign,
really good
between
music.
1332
Music's
to
insane.
1308 BC,
But
border
the
clashes
sound
between
is
the two
just
kingdoms
not good.
were common. The ultimate results,
You know
though,
what
were
I'm saying?
mixed.
Like the notes
The
in
Assyrians would
sequence
often
are
capture
very
a
good and
fortress,
catchy.
only to have the Babylonians take it back, and vice versa. Often,
Maybe I'm
Assyrian
going
and
crazy,
Babylonian
but I think that's what it
chronicles
is.
don't even agree on the outcomes of what scholars
Taylor
believe
Swift.
were the same battles or series of events.
I
In
think
the
it's just
end,
like celebrity
these brief
shit.
skirmishes effectively did nothing to change the balance of power.
I don't know, man.
between
Anything we
the
can
two
do.
kingdoms.
I can name like 5 people who can do each thing better.
By the 13th century BC, Assyria
Yeah,
was clearly the
he's
more
got a unique
powerful of the
sound.
two,
Ish.
especially after its annexation of what had
But it's-
formerly been Mitanni territories.
I don't know, man.
It was
Very
during this
80s
time
like.
that one of Assyria's
I
most
just get
powerful
I get the
and
shivers when I think of the
controversial
80s music, man.
Tukulti-Ninurta I
Does he
turned
though?
his gaze south towards
Yeah.
Babylonia. Ruling
does,
between the years
for sure.
1243 to 1207
I think,
BC,
maybe.
Tukulti-Ninurta first concluded a peace treaty with the Hittite king Tudhaliya IV in order to shore up his western borders, and then moved south to attack the armies of the Kassite king
From
Kashtaryas
40 years
IV.
ago? Wow. Insane.
The reasons for his hostility
The
towards
80s was
Babylonia
40
are
fucking
unknown,
years ago?
but some historians
Holy
think
shit.
that Kashtaliash had
I just
previously
realized that,
taken
man.
advantage of Tukulti-Ninurta's earlier conflict with the Hittites to seize some Assyrian territory along his northern border. Regardless of the reason,
Because I was thinking, like,
Tukulti-Ninurta made his campaign
oh,
against
what era are you
Kashtaliash
talking about?
a very
The
personal one.
60s, the 70s?
In
And
a
then I
Greek work
realized
of royal
I'm
propaganda
fucking almost 40.
known as the Epic of Tukulti-Ninurta,
Jesus
we're
Christ,
told
dude.
that the conflict started
I'm
due
so
to
just.
Kashtaliash
I'm so oblivious.
taking
I'm
an
so
oath to
ignorant.
the sun god, Shamash. What exactly this oath was isn't stated, only that Kashtaliash
Oh, that's pretty
was
good.
an
You hold
evil man
strafe.
for breaking it.
I think I'm figuring out
It
the
may
start.
have been some sort of treaty, the details of
You
which
can hold
haven't been
strafe to the
uncovered
guy.
just
That
yet.
makes no
But
sense.
for this great offense, the epic tells us that the gods became furious with Kashtaliash and ordered Tukulti-Ninurta to bring him to justice. The good, oath-keeping Assyrian king had no choice but to go to battle with Kashtaliash, who upon seeing the mighty
Oh, yeah,
Tukulti-Ninurta
100%.
was flushed with fear, as the epic
But it is
tells
like the
us.
music is. It's just like Duran Duran,
Tukulti-Ninurta,
right?
having relied on keeping the oath, planned for battle.
I find the
while
Weekend and Duran
Kashtaliash's
Duran
spirits
very
fell
similar.
because he transgressed the instruction of the gods. He was afraid because of
Yeah,
the cry
Duran
of
Duran,
complaint to
Bruno
Shamash
Mars, yeah,
and
Bruno
the
Mars,
appeal
yeah,
to the gods.
for
He
sure.
was
There's a lot of
frightened
songs like
and
mine.
concerned. The command of the great
I
king
can play a Bruno
paralyzed
Mars
his
song
body
on my guitar.
like an evil spirit. Kashtaliash thought, I did not listen to the Assyrian. I disregarded the messenger. I did not
I think
appease him
Weekend just
earlier.
has his own
I failed to see
market,
his good
his own
plan.
niche.
My sins are numerous before Shamash. My guilt is great. The Assyrian is constantly attentive to all the gods.
A lot of people like him.
Epics generally use very dramatic and flowery language, Tukulti-Ninurta's being no exception. The Assyrian king's own royal inscriptions, though, are much more concise. In those, his conquest of Babylon and Babylonia is described as follows. At that time, I approached
You want another artist? I'm gonna say John
king
Mayer.
of Karduniash, to do battle.
Not a big John
I
Mayer
brought
fan.
about the defeat of his army. In the
Maybe I
midst
just
of
don't
that
like soft
battle,
music.
I captured Kashtiliash, king of the
Maybe I'm just a
Kassites,
soft music
and I
hater.
brought him bound as captive into the presence of the god Ashur, my lord. Thus,
But a
I
lot of
became the
people like
lord
that.
of Sumer
Never
and
heard you listen to
Akkad
soft
in its
music.
entirety, and stood over its inhabitants with joy and excellence.
Yeah, that is.
The Babylonian
is
version of
definitely
the same
true.
events is not as rosy. In Babylonian
Never
Chronicle
thought to myself, hey,
45,
let's put on some
which
John
focuses
Mayer.
on the reigns of several Kassite kings, we're told that Tukulti-Ninurta
I think it's for
destroyed
women, man.
Babylon's walls,
Which is
slaughtered
fine,
many
it's
of
just
its
not my
inhabitants,
audience, right?
and
It's
not only
fine.
plundered the Isagila,
I'm not
which was
criticizing
the
it.
great temple of the city's patron deity,
It's for women.
Marduk, but also
Which is
carried
fine.
off the holy statue of the god to Assyria. The words of the Babylonian Chronicle state the following.
During lockdown's trance.
Tukulti-Ninurta
yeah.
returned to Babylon. He battered down
Yeah,
Babylon's
in the
wall.
car was
crushed
fucking
the
dark
Babylonians.
psytrance. That
He
shit
carried
was
away the
dark.
riches of the Isagila and Babylon.
We also listened. What
He
did we
took the
listen
great
to? We
lord,
discovered a channel
Marduk,
in that one. It was
out of his
crazy.
dwelling place and made him
What
set
was it
out
called?
for Assyria. He installed
It was
his own
fucking, like,
governors in Karduniash.
Industrial German techno.
For
or
7
some shit.
years, Tukulti-Ninurta dominated Karduniash.
Or it was like Nucore.
No matter how
N-U-C-O-R-E,
Tukulti-Ninurta
I
spun
think.
it, his desecration of the city of Babylon was an affront that even many Assyrians believed went too far. Though the Assyrians considered themselves a separate people from the Babylonians, most of them
How do I have
respected
such little
and
bullets,
acknowledged
man?
that the city of Babylon itself was very special, if not sacred. In the words of the great Assyriologist, H.W.F. Saggs, Babylonia was not a land of barbarians that could be invaded at will, like the regions beyond Assyria's northern borders. It was the source and center of civilization, and its capital, Babylon, was a religious shrine of the highest sanctity. To sack Babylon in the ancient world was like sacking the Vatican, or Jerusalem, or Mecca in our own time. Despite sending a garrison of Assyrian troops and appointing his own governors to manage the city as well as the surrounding countryside, Babylon and Babylonia were vulnerable.
Like, fuck off.
Tukulti-Ninurta seemed to simply want to conquer Babylonia, but not actually govern it. The later Babylonian king lists state that there were 3 Kassite kings who ruled
I
during
might
the
do some
Assyrian
agent.
occupation. They were probably just figureheads and puppet rulers of the Assyrians. None of them had long reigns. The first 2 of the 3, Enlil-nadin Shumi and Kadashman Harbe II, each ruled for barely a year, while the third, Adad Shuma Idina, ruled for 5. Short reigns
I kind of
are
just
generally
wanted
sign
like a
of
quick
political
PB and
instability.
then head back to like Aztec probably.
The Assyrian troops and governors focused on maintaining order in the capital. Other parts of Babylonia were now susceptible to foreign attacks.
It would be nice to have Facility
Babylonian
49
Chronicle
though.
45
That would be
records
very nice.
2 Elamite incursions, the first one taking place during the short reign of Enlil-nadin Shumi.
Like,
At the
fuck off.
time of King Enlil-nadin Shumi, Kitin-Hutran, the king of Elam, attacked. He went into action against Nippur and scattered its people. He destroyed Dare and Dimgal Kalama, carried off its people, drove them away, and eliminated the rule of King Enlil-nadin Shumi. The second Elamite attack, also carried out by Kitin-Hutran, was during the reign of
and
Adad
then
Shuma
Chicago.
Idina, and though the text is badly damaged, some details can be gleaned from it, namely attacks against the cities of Isin and
What's
Marad.
going on with Chicago?
In the time of Adad Shuma Idina,
I
for
am
the
not
second
playing
time,
Perfect Dark
Kitin-Hutran
Chicago.
took the offensive against Akkad. He destroyed Isin, crossed the Tigris, Marad,
Is that what you were saying?
inflicted a
Like, that is
formidable
not what I'm gonna
defeat
do.
on a very great people. Though these and other parts of Babylonia were now technically Assyrian possessions,
With the
Tukulti-Ninurta
music?
did
Should I play with the
nothing to
music?
stop such attacks. Instead,
God, I hated
he
that
built a new
music.
royal residence just outside of Ashur that he called
Oh.
Kar Tukulti-Ninurta.
No way, man.
While
If I play anything
Tukulti-Ninurta
in
claimed to have
Poppyville,
deposed
Perfect
Ashtuliash
Asian,
IV, he
or
apparently
Pelagic.
hadn't captured or killed all of the members of the Kassite royal family.
Wow.
According to chronicles and other texts, one Kassite prince was still residing outside of Babylon in the southern provinces, where the presence of Assyrian troops was at a minimum. This was Adad Shuma Usa, who apparently had enough local support that around 1217 BC, he was able to kick out the Assyrians from Babylon and become the
We're
city's
screwed,
king.
bro.
He would go on to reign for 30 years, the longest of any Kassite ruler.
Like, we're so screwed.
As for Tukulti-Ninurta, he was assassinated in 1208 BC in a conspiracy that involved his sons. Babylonian Chronicle 45 records the following. After the rebellion of the officials
like
of Akkad
Chicago, the
and
level toad?
Karduniash, and the installation of
Are you
Adad
one of those
Shuma Usur
Chicagoites?
on the throne of his father, Assyrian officials
made
revolted
different.
against Tukulti-Ninurta, deposed him from his throne, locked him in a room in Kar Tukulti-Ninurta, and put him to death.
Oh, fuck you.
After this, there was relative peace in Babylonia. In fact, the Assyrian state went into decline, in large part because it was closer to the events of the Late Bronze Age collapse, which occurred roughly between 1200 to 1175 BC. Adad Shuma Usur's long
dog.
and stable reign ended in 1187 BC, and he was succeeded by his son, Melishipak, who himself had a peaceful reign of 14 years. Even relations with Elam at this time were good, and cordial enough that Melishipak married his eldest daughter to the Elamite king, Shutruk-Nahunte. While this would complicate things in the future,
Only
for
on
the time
Perfect
being,
Asian.
it helped to ensure peace between the two countries. His son and successor, Marduk-Apla-Iddina I, also seems to have had few problems with ruling the kingdom.
Oh my god, dude.
There's
I'm gonna
often
get this
calm
time, like,
before a
really
major
fast
storm,
on Agent.
and
Oh,
in this
what?
case,
Scam.
the fierce winds that would tear through Babylonia would blow from two directions.
I gotta learn Open Door, though, honestly.
One of these came from the north. According to the Assyrian synchronistic history, the Assyrian king, Ashur-dan I, invaded Babylonia and defeated the Kassite king, Zababa Shuma Iddina, in 1158 BC. This greatly weakened the Kassite kingdom of Karduniash, but didn't kill it. The second and most fatal wind would come from the east. After the defeat of Zababa Shuma Iddina, there may have been a brief dispute as to who was the rightful heir to the throne. The one who ended up succeeding him was Enlil-nadin Ahi, but his lineage was questionable, and he may not have even been related to the royal family. This, though, was enough for Shutruk-Nahunte of Elam to claim the Babylonian throne as his own,
It's okay, Toad.
with
You're
his
allowed to.
justification being that it was his right
You can like
due
any
to his
level you
marriage
like,
to Melishipak's eldest daughter. His
except
claim
Deep
would have
Sea.
seemed
No one
ludicrous
can like
to
Deep Sea.
people at the time, and it was likely just an excuse to raid what must have been a politically and militarily weak
What?
Babylon. Shutruk-Nahunte launched a full-scale invasion of northern Babylonia and plundered Dur-Kurigalzu, Agade, Sippar, and other cities. Some of the most famous objects that he took back with him to Susa, and that were dug up almost 3,000 years later by French archaeologists, are the now famous Stela of the Code of Hammurabi and the Victory Stela of Naram Sin, both of which are today in the Louvre. Enlil-nadin Ahi fought on, but in 1155 BC, Shutruk-Nahunte's son, Kutur-Nahunte, captured him and took him to Elam along with the Isagila's statue of Marduk. That same year, Shutruk-Nahunte died, and Kutur-Nahunte became the new king of Elam and Babylon, effectively ending the Kassite dynasty that had ruled over much of Babylonia for nearly 4 centuries. Along with general peace and stability throughout the realm, the era of Kassite rule was a great time culturally for Babylonia, for it's during this period that some of the most significant
Not fast
works
enough.
of Akkadian literature were composed. One of these is the standard Babylonian
attempt, though.
version of the Epic of Gilgamesh that we're all familiar with today. Another is Ludlil Bel
Imagine not
Mekki,
playing that. It's like, yeah, I
meaning,
know.
"Let me praise the Lord of wisdom,"
Dude, this is
who in
this
this
is like a
case
meme.
is the god Marduk. Sometimes called
I will
the
return
Babylonian
soon.
Book of Job, Ludlil Bel Nemeki is a story that explores the sufferings of the righteous and the seemingly whimsical nature of divine justice.
Scam.
After the fall of the Kassite dynasty, the Elamites are known to have occupied large parts of
Wait,
Babylonia
what's he even
for
doing?
several decades. But when exactly their troops left and a native Babylonian dynasty took over can't be determined with a high degree of certainty. The new Babylonian dynasty that did arise is called by scholars the Second Dynasty of Isin. This name, though, is deceptive because the kings of this line never claimed to have been from Isin. The name was given because the governor of Isin often appears in legal documents and from many of the Kuduru monuments that are attributed to this dynasty. We call it the Second Dynasty of Isin to differentiate it from the First Dynasty of Isin that was founded by Ishbiera nearly a millennium earlier. Very little is known about the kings of the Second Dynasty of Isin, with the exception of their names, which are all Akkadian. Scholars have had to put together a working narrative of this dynasty based on scattered inscriptions, a few monuments, land grants, mentions in Babylonian chronicles, and texts from Assyrian archives. Of all of its rulers, the fourth one, Nebuchadnezzar I, is the best known, and is today considered to have been one of the greatest Babylonian kings in history. Most scholars today believe that 1121 BC was likely Nebuchadnezzar's first year as king. His father, Ninurta-Nadin Shumi, had gone to war with Assyria, and the young Nebuchadnezzar seems to have continued this family legacy when he became king. The
That's not
Assyrian
playing PT.
chronicle, known as the Synchronistic History, tells us the following about him. Nebuchadnezzar took his siege engines and went to conquer Zanku, a fortress in Assyria. Ashur-resh-ishi, king of Assyria, mustered his chariots to go against him. To prevent the siege engines being taken from him, Nebuchadnezzar burnt them. He turned and went home. This same Nebuchadnezzar, with chariots and infantry, went to conquer Idu, a fortress of Assyria. Ashur-resh-ishi sent chariots and infantry to help the fortress. He fought with Nebuchadnezzar, brought about his total defeat, slaughtered his troops, and carried off his camp. Being an Assyrian document, the extent of Nebuchadnezzar's defeat may have been exaggerated, but the end result was that the two sides made peace, and eventually, perhaps some years later, Nebuchadnezzar visited the Assyrian capital of Ashur on a state visit, which is somewhat confirmed by an administrative document that outlines deliveries made on the day when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Karduniash, arrived. Nebuchadnezzar is best known for his military campaign against Elam and for recovering the statue of Marduk that had been stolen from Babylon by Kutur-Nahunte
Like what?
a few decades prior. The importance of recovering the statue cannot be overstated. In the mind of the average Babylonian of the 12th century BC, the absence of Marduk from his terrestrial home, the Isagila, meant that either the god was being held captive, or perhaps deliberately had chosen to stay in a foreign land away from Babylon. Both scenarios were grim, for Babylon could never again be great without the return of its patron deity, or so it was believed. There's a copy of a Babylonian literary document that was discovered in the library of Ashurbanipal that colorfully describes Nebuchadnezzar's restlessness and sadness at the loss of Marduk. In Babylon dwells Nebuchadnezzar, the king. He rages like a lion and thunders like the god Adad. Like a lion, he frightens his distinguished nobles. His supplications go to the god Marduk, lord of Babylon. Have pity on me, one who is dejected and prostrate. Have pity on my land, which weeps and mourns. Have
This is
pity
some
on
really
my
boring
people
video, sorry,
who
guys.
wail and weep. O Lord of Babylon, how long will you dwell in the land of the enemy? May beautiful Babylon be remembered by you. Turn your face back to Isagil, which you love. Determined to recover the statue of Marduk, Nebuchadnezzar gathered an army and departed for Elam. Information regarding this campaign comes from a few sources, the most detailed being the inscription on a Kuduru belonging to a Kassite tribal leader named Shiti Marduk, who fought alongside Nebuchadnezzar. The inscription on the Kuduru poetically describes how Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonian army reached the river Ulai, where they met the forces of the Elamite king, Hutulutish in Shushinak. An excerpt from the text reads, "When Nebuchadnezzar, the reverend prince, the finest, the offspring of Babylon, the preeminent of kings, when Marduk, king of the gods, ordered him to avenge Akkad, he raised his weapons. From Dare, the sanctuary of An, he launched an attack 30 leagues deep. The radiant heat burned like fire, and it was as if the roads were blazing like flames. There was no water in the watering pastures, and the watering places were cut off. The very finest of the horses stood still, while the legs of the heroic soldier buckled. Shiti Marduk, lord of the house of Bit Karziabku, whose chariot was on the right flank of the king, his lord, did not delay, and he kept control of his chariot. The potent king sped, and he reached the bank of the Ulai River. The kings met, and they both waged war. Fire ignited between them. The sun's face was obscured by their dust. By the command of the goddess Ishtar and the god Adad, the lords of combat, he routed Hutulutish, the king of Elam. So the king, Nebuchadnezzar, stood triumphantly. He seized Elam and looted its property. Though not specifically mentioned here, another document more or less gives the same concise description of the event, with one added detail. The Lord, Bel Marduk, returned to his home in Babylon. This is a reference to Nebuchadnezzar bringing the statue of Marduk back from Elam and returning it to the Isagila, an act that's acknowledged in later Babylonian literature and one which cemented his status as a national hero for all posterity. Though important, Nebuchadnezzar's defeat of Elam in battle did little to change the state of Babylon and the surrounding territories, which had been in steady decline since the final decades of the previous Kassite administration. While Akkadian kings may have been at the top, Kassites still held most of the important positions within the second dynasty of Essene's new government. The country was in decline economically. With the exception of the city of Essene, archaeological surveys reveal that there was a great decrease in agricultural output due to fewer plots of land being cultivated, which also eventually led to a staggering decline in the general population. As of now, archaeologists have also found little evidence of any monumental building programs or even any substantial archives dating to the period, implying that many of Babylonia's institutions were weak or had perhaps broken down altogether. Despite the fact that Babylon had seen better days, there were several cultural achievements that took place during this period. One was the widespread adoption and canonization of the great literary work, Enuma Elish, commonly referred to in English as the Babylonian Epic of Creation. Made up of over 1,100 verses, Enuma Elish tells of how Marduk became the king of the gods for his role in vanquishing chaos and
It could have
bringing
been
order
fast.
to the universe. Though the general story and concepts of the epic go back millennia, Enuma Elish codified all of these into one great myth with Marduk and the city of Babylon at its center. Up until then, Enlil had been the king of the gods, and his temple in Nippur, the holiest of all holy sites.
The scientist killed me.
But with the widespread adoption of Enuma Elish, at least theologically, the city of Babylon became the most
The
important
scientist
religious
passed
center,
me away.
eventually overshadowing even Nippur in the eyes of many Babylonians. Enuma Elish was so popular that a few centuries later, the Assyrians basically copied it, with the only major change in their version being that the god Ashur, instead of Marduk, was the true king of the gods. Another important text compiled around the same time is Sakiku, meaning all diseases. It became one of the most important as well as popular medical texts from Babylonia. Many copies of it have been found all over Mesopotamia, including in Assyrian archives. One of its passages, dealing with epilepsy, explains the neurological disease in some detail, and then goes into possible causes for seizures, which are generally described to be the work of malevolent spirits. For example, one passage reads, "If the epilepsy demon falls upon him, and on a given day he 7 times pursues him, he has been touched by the hand of the departed spirit of a murderer. He will die."
Pretty shit.
Tensions flared up between Babylonia and Assyria during the reign of Nebuchadnezzar's brother, Marduk-Nadin-Ahi. While the respective Babylonian chronicles don't provide much information on the conflict, the Assyrian synchronistic history tells us that it took place during the reign of Tiglath-Pileser I, who is one of the most documented Assyrian kings in history. The text records the first part of the 2-year conflict as follows. Concerning Tiglath-Pileser I, king of Assyria, and Marduk-Nadin-Ahi, king of
come on.
Karduniash. Twice Tiglath-Pileser drew up a battle array of chariots, as many as there were by the lower Zab, opposite Ahizuhina, and in the 2nd year he defeated Marduk-Nadin-Ahi at Gur-Maritu, which is upstream from Akkad. Dur-Kurigalzu, Sippar, Babylon, and Opis, the great urban centers he captured together with their forts. In one of his many personal inscriptions, Tiglath-Pileser tells us how he defeated Marduk-Nadin-Ahi, but also that the Babylonian king escaped.
Fuck
I
off.
demolished the palaces of the city of
Come
Babylon
on.
that belonged to Marduk-Nadin-Ahi, king of Karduniash, and carried off a great deal of property from his palaces. Marduk-Nadin-Ahi, king of Karduniash, relied on the strength of his troops and his chariots, and he marched after me. He fought with me at the city of Shitula, which is upstream from the city of Agade on the Tigris River,
Like,
and I
fuck you.
dispersed his numerous chariots. I brought about the defeat of his warriors and his fighters in that battle. He retreated and went back to his land. Though he captured a lot of treasure from the cities that he plundered, and no doubt did a lot of damage, Tiglath-Pileser was never able to capture Marduk-Nadin-Ahi, nor was he able to consolidate his territorial gains due to other threats that Assyria faced in the west. In fact, Marduk-Nadin-Ahi's downfall and death were ultimately not the result of the Assyrians, but Aramaeans who had swarmed into both Babylonia and Assyria, and at least according to various chronicles, caused havoc wherever they went. Babylonian Chronicle 15 records such a series of events. The Aramaean houses increased, plundered, conquered and took many fortified cities of Assyria. People fled toward the mountains of Habruri to save their lives. They took their gold, their silver, and their possessions. Then Marduk-Nadin-Ahi, the king of Karduniash, disappeared. Marduk-Shapik-Zeri acceded to his father's throne. The threat of Aramaeans overrunning both Babylonia and Assyria may have been so great that it forced the two kingdoms to reconcile their differences and make peace. Babylonian Chronicle 47 tells us how Marduk-Nadin-Ahi's
Yo, what's
son,
up, Aaron? How are you, bro?
Marduk-Shapik-Zeri, finally concluded
What's
a
up,
treaty
dude?
with Assyria.
The post-midnight stream.
Marduk-Shapik-Zeri,
What's up, man?
son of Marduk-Nadin-Ahi,
Dope
rebuilt
emotes.
the wall of Babylon. During his reign, the people of the country enjoyed abundance and prosperity. He concluded a mutual accord and a peace with King Ashur-bel-Kala of Assyria. At that time, the king went from Assyria
Like, get
to
fucked.
Sippar.
Like such fucking bullshit.
And, at least according to the Assyrian synchronistic history, Marduk-Shapik-Zeri's son and successor, Adad-apla-iddina, married his daughter to the king of Assyria. Ashur-bel-Kala, king of Assyria, married the daughter of Adad-apla-iddina, king of Karduniash, and took her with a vast dowry to Assyria. The peoples of Assyria and Karduniash were joined together. But the end of hostilities between Babylon and Assyria didn't stem the tide of Aramaean and other invaders.
I'm gonna take a break,
who, according
reload
to
the
Babylonian
vape, and then
Chronicle
play some more.
47, sowed even more discord during Adad-apla-iddina's reign. According to the chronicle, the Aramaeans and a usurper rebelled against Adad-apla-iddina and profaned the holy cities, as many as there were in the country.
The grind, yeah, I
They
know.
destroyed Agade,
I'm
Dare,
I'm improving a
Nippur,
lot,
Sippar, Dur-Kurigalzu.
especially the key card
The
guard
Sutians took the
and the
offensive
stairs.
and carried the treasures of Sumer and Akkad into their country.
As I fuck it up terribly.
Towards the end of the dynasty, raids by Aramaeans, Sutians, and others into the Babylonian heartland were a common occurrence. Unfortunately, this wasn't the only security issue. Assyrian texts tell
Like,
us
that's
that
improved so
Ashur-bel-Kala,
much.
who as we saw earlier was
You can
married to
tell
a
by
Babylonian princess,
that
raided
guard,
parts of northern Babylonia
the
and
Montreal
captured the Kassite
experiments,
governor
yeah.
in the service of
The
Adad
McGill
apla-iddina,
experiments, right?
which was a violation of the peace agreement
MK
signed between
Ultra
the two
shit.
kingdoms barely a few decades before. Both Babylonian and Assyrian texts are
Yeah,
silent
that's
with
crazy
regard
shit,
to
dude.
what happened afterward.
At McGill
Information about the
University.
reigns of Babylon's last three kings being little more than names on a list with the number of years that each king sat on the throne. What transpired between the years 1021 to 730 BC is murky at best. The most
really
complete
fast.
Babylonian king list
Oh, what?
divides the
No.
period up
That's
into
such a
4
scam.
dynasties.
Such a scam.
The first three, which
Like,
date
it
from
definitely pushed
1021
beyond the
to
door.
975 BC, are all extremely short, implying that the period was not a politically stable one. Much of this may have been due to the
This is
influx
fast.
of Aramaeans and Chaldeans into Babylonia, many of whom gave up their nomadic ways to permanently settle in the region. This no doubt would have fostered a great deal of competition for Babylonia's already strained resources. The fourth dynasty, which ruled between 974 to 732 BC, is simply known as Dynasty E. The first of these 4 dynasties is also the shortest. Its 3 kings ruled for a combined period of 20 years. Known by scholars today as the second dynasty of the Sealand, its first king, Simbar-Shipak, was a Kassite. at least from his name. Simbar-Shippak was able to repel the attacks of at least some Aramaean and Sutian marauders, which according to historical texts had been plundering several holy sites in Babylonia. One of these texts tells us the following about attacks on Nippur and Sifar. Concerning the throne of the god Enlil in Ikur, which Nebuchadnezzar, a previous king, had made. During the reign of Adad-apla-iddina, king of Babylon, the Aramaean and Sutian foe, the enemy of Ikur and Nippur,
Fuck off,
the one
man.
who upset their rights in Sifar,
Looks like I need to
the
stretch
ancient
my
city
fucking
and
ass.
abode of the great judge of the gods, plundered the land of Sumer and Akkad, and overthrew all the temples. Babylonian Chronicle 47 tells us that Simbar-Shippak was at least able to restore the Ikur in Nippur. Simbar-Shippak, descendant of Iriba-Sin, a soldier of the Sea Land, made the throne of Enlil in the Ikur. There are few mentions of Simbar-Shippak in any other texts or inscriptions, but a document known as the Babylonian Royal or Dynastic Chronicle mentions that his successor, Iamukenzeri, was a usurper who reigned for only 3 months.
Noah, the first story. Biblical deluge stories are not original. The Hebrew authors of the Bible
In the year 1894 BC, a relatively unknown Amorite chieftain named Sumuabem established a small kingdom along what was then the eastern banks of the Euphrates River.
Baghdad, Iraq, site of so many conflicts in recent years. Dictators, foreign invasion, civil war. The scars of history run deep on this landscape. On the horizon, hill. Just to the southwest of the town of Nazareth stands one of the greatest of all those mounds. Once, long ago, the wide banks of the Euphrates passed by here, though little evidence of that can be seen now. The great life-giving river having forsaken the place more than 2,000 years before, leaving just rubble, dirt and bones.
Oh my god.
And that's how it remained for more than 2,000 years. Wind and time burying the place entirely. By the mid-19th century, however, strange artifacts began to show up in nearby markets. A great revolution in archaeology was taking place at the time. And due to the painstaking efforts of an entirely new branch of scholarship, Assyriology, the ancient script on many of the items, cuneiform, was deciphered, allowing an unprecedented glimpse into that world before, so long ago. And what the scholars read of that great mound by Nazareth completely boggled the mind. Its name was and it had been mentioned in the Bible as the very place where Abraham, progenitor of 3 of the great world religions, had been born. before heading forth with his wife and children to wander the world after the city's demise. At the time, the fledgling field of archaeology mostly concerned itself with collecting tablets and artifacts from ancient sites for further investigation elsewhere. But by 1920, new, more vigorous scientific styles were favoured. And for the first time, a comprehensive investigation of the city itself would be attempted. The man to lead that mission was Leonard Woolley. He'd worked under the pioneering discoverer of Minoan Crete, Sir Arthur Evans, and more recently numbered the famous Lawrence of Arabia in his team. Accompanying Woolley went Max Mallowan and his soon-to-be wife Agatha Christie, who'd later write a book inspired by the journey. The world was watching. It was to be one of the most famous of all archaeological expeditions, unearthing some of the greatest treasures ever found in the ancient world, matching that of Tutankhamun's tomb. Almost immediately, Woolley confirmed the city to be a major centre of the Sumerian culture of the early Bronze Age. Excavations would continue for another 14 years, revealing continuous occupation of the site from around 5000 to 500 BC. At its height, the city had been home to approximately 65,000 people, one of the greatest the world had ever seen. Though European work in the Middle East had begun as an effort to find the origins of the Hebrew Bible, it ultimately revealed so much more. Revolutionizing our understanding of the Sumerian world. Immensely elaborate graves of citizens, kings, and queens. A culture surpassing even Egypt in its antiquity and importance. Thousands upon thousands of graves were uncovered at filled with a vast array of objects, revealing links all across the known world. One vast royal cemetery in particular, dated to around the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, was the most spectacular ever found. Gold, lapis lazuli, cornelian, chlorite, bronze, silver, and other semi-precious stones flowed out along with expertly crafted items, musical instruments, and more. A world so much older than the Bible was unlocked. The apogee of the Sumerians. Woolley and those who followed him were able to construct an incredible account of ancient wealth and privilege. Like Queen Puabi, whose grave goods can still be seen today. And wasn't alone. Just one of a glittering collection of metropolises. In the span of barely a millennium, the Sumerians had established mankind's first real urban centres. With towering walls and religious sanctuaries known as ziggurats, the skyscrapers of their day. building arguably the world's most advanced civilization. In a landscape entirely devoid of natural resources, the Sumerians radically improved farming and irrigation techniques, resulting in larger surpluses of grain and an increase in the overall food supply. Ultimately allowing many within their society to put down their ploughs and pursue other endeavours, such as advanced mathematical and scientific knowledge. Perhaps the most famous of all Sumerian inventions, though, was the development of a complex system of writing. First used for bookkeeping, and then later on to record their own history. All of these innovations helped to lay the foundation for some of the most powerful and wealthy city-states the world had ever seen, whose rulers presided over small but significant kingdoms. Within just a few centuries of Queen Puabi, however, by the 24th century BC, this prosperity was already coming to an end. From its very beginnings, civilization has been incredibly elitist. Far from everyone benefiting from the splendor of the first cities. In fact, most people didn't at all. And by around 2400 BC, the world of ancient Sumer came to a breaking point. Texts uncovered from Sumerian city-states such as Lagash indicate that there was a massive chasm between the wealthy, often hailing from the hereditary priestly class, and the impoverished common people. Most of the latter being so mired in debt they had to sell their own children into slavery in an effort to pay it off. Though not as well documented, it's believed that similar circumstances were prevalent in the other city-states too. Sometime between the years 2350 and 2340 BC, though scholars debate the exact date, a new type of ruler became king of the city-state of Umma. Lagash's great rival. The two had been fighting armed conflicts for centuries, with Lagash generally being the victor. Perhaps out of spite or the desire for revenge, this new ruler brutally attacked Lagash and is said to have massacred many of its people, as well as destroying its great temples. He then went on to conquer and annex other city-states, ultimately claiming to have forged an empire stretching from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. Most scholars, though, don't take Lugal-Zaghazi at his word. He really may only have controlled the city-states of Sumer, which in itself would have been a remarkable achievement. Had he done this, he would have created the first true world empire in history. But unfortunately for him, that honour would go to another. Not a Sumerian, but one whose origins lay further to the north. A land also remembered in the Bible. Akkad. Though his birth name is not known, he would later call himself Sharu Kin, meaning legitimate king. We know him by a different name, Sargon, the first great king of the Akkadian Empire. Generally regarded as history's first. Within just a few hundred years, the Sumerians would be forgotten, eclipsed by another power, revered by every state to arise in the region for 2,000 years to come. This is the history of that empire. But first, a quick word from our sponsor. Hello, and welcome to History Time. As always, I'm your host, Pete Kelly. Currently in my underground secret laboratory working on new videos. The research for this one was undertaken by the great History with Sai. Go check out his channel for everything ancient history. Now, I'm still mostly a one-man team when it comes to making these things, and they take years to make, so I'm sure you won't mind me taking a moment to thank the sponsor of this one. It's Magellan TV, a long-time supporter of the channel. Like Netflix for scholars, Magellan TV has a library of thousands of documentaries to choose from. Space, geography, history, science, it's all here. Streamed seamlessly to any device you choose. When I'm stuck for new ideas, I often put something on from their playlists. From the Bronze Age to outer space, there's something here for everyone. One in particular that I recently enjoyed, and a playlist I often go back to, is Eternal Egypt, neighbours to the Akkadians. And there are plenty of other ancient history programs to choose from too. And now I've teamed up with Magellan to offer you an exclusive free trial. Just click on the link in the description below. Thanks. Now, back to the ancient world. Every so often in history, an extremely capable and charismatic leader arises. And for better or worse, disrupts the world in which they live entirely, altering it forevermore. Whether Cyrus the Great of Persia in the 6th century BC, Alexander of the Greeks, or Julius Caesar 3 centuries later. The long span of antiquity has had its fair share of such figures. And more than 1,000 years before, in the 24th century BC, the very first arose. Sargon of Akkad would go on to become the most powerful ruler that had ever lived up until that time. In fact, nearly all of the future kings of ancient Mesopotamia, and even beyond, would try to imitate his style of rule, adopt his empire's efficient administrative system, and claim to be his worthy successor. Sargon was considered by those who came after to have been the model ruler and the epitome of all that a man could and should be. Like Charlemagne and King Arthur in centuries to come, he was the archetypal king who lived long and well. Yet, despite all of his great achievements and fame, very little is concretely known about his early life. Myth, history, and legend entwine. Given the immense chasm of time since he lived, the texts and inscriptions that archaeologists have uncovered about him are generally more legend than fact. The vast majority being Babylonian copies of originals, thought to have existed closer to Sargon's own day. Sometimes called the First Histories, compiled during the age of Hammurabi, writer of the first law code during the Old Babylonian period.
Maybe I should
These
PP7
clay
that
tablets are
guard.
copies of original royal inscriptions, supposedly found on monuments from 500 years before. Though a tiny handful of original monuments survive too. Seized and taken to Elam by a victorious king during the 12th century BC, where French archaeologists found them. One of the more complete copies from Hammurabi's day, believed by many to have been commissioned by Sargon himself, outlines the future king's humble beginnings. He claims to be the son of a priestess. His father, he says, is unknown. Unable to care for him, his mother put him into a covered reed basket, sending it downriver, where it was later discovered by a water drawer named Aki, who raised the child as his own. It's a story that has parallels to the early biography of Moses, as told in the Hebrew Bible. Adding to the flood myth and the Garden of Eden, concepts which also have their roots with the Sumerians. Though not telling the story of his birth, another document known as the Sumerian King List, first compiled several centuries after Sargon's death, stresses his humble roots by claiming him to be the son of a gardener. Eventually, still early on in his career, we're told that Sargon became the cupbearer of a man named Ur-Zababa, ruler of the city-state of Kish, an important northern Sumerian city. Standing upriver from all the great strongholds of the south, and existing at a time of intense riverine management, at times in its history, Kish seems to have been able to control the flow of water to a certain extent, holding the lower cities to ransom. Of course, presumably unlike his leader Ur-Zababa, Sargon was an Akkadian, speakers of an Eastern Semitic language, who occupied the regions just north of Sumer, known as Akkad. As far as the Akkadians themselves, however, not much is known about them before Sargon's reign. Most scholars believe they lived side by side with the Sumerians in many cities, being greatly influenced by their culture and religion. Today, Sumerian remains a culture and language with unknown roots, though it had fully developed by the 4th millennium BC, at vast centres like Uruk and Eridu. The very place, according to Sumerian mythology, where man was first chiselled out of the mud by the gods. The origins of the Akkadians, though, are to be found with the so-called second phase of urbanization occurring in the mid-3rd millennium BC in Syria and northern Mesopotamia, at massive cities like Ebla. And sometimes nomadic cultures like the Canaanites and the Amorites, living on the outer limits of the Sumerian world. By Sargon's day, though, the Akkadians seem to have shared the same gods as Sumer, living more or less the same way of life. Yet, given his linguistic roots, Sargon, or at least his ancestors, were outsiders. Whether he came from the mountains or the desert is unclear, but it is he who is given credit for the foundation of a new city. Not far from Kish. He called it Agade. Agade's existence has never been in doubt, showing up in contemporary records throughout the 3rd millennium BC and onwards. However, that great city has never been found. We know roughly where it was, near Susa, at the southern edge of Sumer in the Mesopotamian lowland, a region with a lack of agricultural potential. But excellent access to the disparate peoples all around. Regions and cultures Sargon and his descendants
just so
would
troll,
integrate
man.
into their own, expanding the horizons of Mesopotamia significantly. Without any archaeology to go on though, Sargon's city remains obscure. It may be that he really did create the city himself. He allegedly ruled for a ridiculously long time after all. Though some scholars now suggest his cult of personality to have become so strong that it could have caught some of the deeds of his successors in its orbit. As we know, it did those of his predecessors.
2 bullets, come on.
For though Sargon's is often seen as a new dynasty, a break with the old, really he may have inherited concepts that came before, a continuation of the development of kingship. For this was the age of the Lugals, local headmen and warlords ruling through personal charisma and power rather than divine rule. Had it not been for the actions of one of those Sumerian kings, Sargon might never have amounted to anything at all. For just as he began his career at Kish, the king of Umma, Lugal-Zagazi, moved his capital to the great city of Uruk, taking along the way, ultimately expanding his rule over the whole of southern Mesopotamia. Sargon is often credited with many firsts in history. The first standing army, the first land empire. But really, Lugal-Zagazi may have been first. According to archaeological evidence and the
so
archives of
fucking
the
dumb.
various city-states, it was he who first ruled from the lower sea to the upper, holding sway over 50 governors and bringing an end to independent Samaria. And one of those cities he annexed was Kish. Given this burgeoning growth of militaristic Sumerian kingship by his day, it's no surprise really that Sargon had a go. He just had to cut off the head of the snake to make his play for power. A snake with many enemies. Though the details are murky, we're told that soon after Lugal-Zagazi seized Kish, Sargon, with a band of faithful followers, directly marched on Uruk.
Sargon, the king of Akkad, the bailiff of Ishtar, the king of the universe, the anointed one of An, the king of the land, the governor of Enlil. He vanquished Uruk in battle and smote 50 governors and the city by the mace of the god Ilaba. And he destroyed its fortress and captured Lugal-Zagasi, the king of Uruk, in battle. He led him to the gate of Enlil in a neck-stock.
Taking Lugalzagazi to the gate of Enlil, the holy city of Nippur, was a
Come on,
powerful
man.
symbolic gesture. The old king's power
So
was
fucking
clearly
dumb,
broken,
man.
and Sargon favoured by the gods. The old king's ultimate fate? We're not told. Unlike his early days, Sargon's reign as king, as well as the actions of his new government, are relatively well documented, much more so than most at the time. And though the records make it seem as if Sargon had an easy time conquering so many territories, holding on to them, especially the proud cities of Sumer, proved to be a challenge. Most of the city-states he claims to have controlled eventually rose up in rebellion against him. Though he and his men, the beginnings of a professional army personally loyal to him, were able to put down every revolt using a combination of fear, brute force, and at times, diplomacy. Within a number of decades, Sargon was able to establish himself as the undisputed ruler of both Sumer and Akkad, as well as reorganizing and reforming many aspects of the societies he ruled.
Sargon, king of Akkad, vanquished in battle, and smote the city and destroyed its fortress. He smote its territory and Lagash as far as the sea. He vanquished in battle and destroyed its fortress.
By around 2334 BC, with the completion of Sargon's conquest, the era that scholars call the early dynastic period of Sumer comes to an end, and the Akkadian period begins. So famed was Sargon that in the 2 millennia to come, Babylonian kings used the title King of Akkad all the way down to the Persian period, the Akkadian king becoming the very embodiment of empire and kingship, what it meant to be a ruler. Lugalzagazi was forgotten. When European archaeologists first began excavating in Mesopotamia in the early 19th century, seeking to understand the origins of their own civilization, next to nothing was known of the ancient history of that land, besides the biblical stories. Its mud brick cities having died millennia before.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. This is
One
such
by
bullshit,
one, as
man.
the years went by,
Like, fuck
the
you.
great
Fuck
mounds
you, game.
began to be investigated, the cities of the Bible unearthed. Foremost amongst these early discoveries was the Assyrian capital at Nineveh, made famous by the early Assyriologist Austin Henry Layard. Work went on for decades, brick by brick, uncovering a vast metropolis of the Iron Age, and great amounts of information on the Assyrian era of the first millennium BC. Yet, underneath that city lay far older foundations. In 1931, the latest in a long line of astonishing discoveries was made. For 1500 years before the Assyrians, the place had originally been built by Akkadian workmen. It was in the Akkadian layers of the city that a number of artifacts were discovered. Chief amongst them, a great bronze head, thought to be part of an impressive statue of an Akkadian king. Though defaced at some point in history, today the head is rightly considered one of the great masterpieces of ancient art, providing a rare glimpse into the art style of the Akkadian world. Generally thought to represent either Sargon or his grandson Naram Sin. In reality, almost nothing is known about the head, though it is reminiscent of similar heads from Gudea in the years following Akkadian rule. This was an age when realistic representations of humans were almost entirely unknown, making the head entirely unprecedented. This bronze artifact, precisely and expertly crafted, wasn't just a statement of the king's power, but a perpetual embodiment of his very being. More than a representation, for those who looked upon it, this statue would channel the very presence of the king himself, working as a substitute in his absence. The fact that the head was possibly still on display and defaced many centuries later during the sack of Nineveh in the 7th century BC suggests that his power lived on for more than 1,000 years after his death. Notably, the figure is very different from the usual depictions of Sumerian rulers, generally bald with smiling, benevolent features. This statue has elaborate hair. Whether it was a wig or a new Akkadian hairstyle is unclear, but it wasn't just fashion that changed under Sargon. What he attempted in Sumer was revolutionary. For over a millennium, the ruling establishment had long consisted of priesthood and nobility, working hand in hand to control nearly every aspect of Sumerian society, especially in the cities. Often with single hereditary families controlling all aspects of temple life in their respective strongholds. When Sargon arrived,
Come on,
however,
that's such
he
bullshit,
broke
dude.
the power of the priesthood and the noble families, replacing them with hand-picked Akkadian governors, fiercely loyal to him and him alone. The Akkadians who now controlled these estates were able to keep the vast majority of the crops and revenue for themselves, a sizable share of the new empire's wealth. Such a system also helped to ensure their loyalty to the new regime, obliging them to serve it because it now gave them a huge stake in the state's success. They'd bought in to the new system. This transfer of such productive lands also greatly diminished, if not outright destroyed, the power and influence of the former religious and ruling establishment, because up until then, such property had been their main source of income.
Tons of money for fucking up society, yeah, really. Well said.
While in most cases the Akkadian government compensated the previous owners, the estates were still forcibly taken. If there was resistance to the offer, then it's safe to say there would have been serious consequences for those refusing to make the sale. In addition to the temple estates, those loyal to Sargon were also put directly in charge of managing the main temples and religious endowments that were found in most large cities.
Don't get fucked.
In one instance, Sargon put his daughter, who later went by the name Enheduanna, in charge of the great temple complex of the moon god Nana in the city of Ur, thus allowing her to directly oversee that institution's wealthy endowment and associating the new kingship with divine support. After consolidating his hold on Sumer, Sargon looked beyond his borders. Claiming to have conquered lands stretching from the western areas of Elam in what's today's southwestern Iran to the shores of the eastern Mediterranean. Bringing immensely wealthy trade routes under his direct control, and providing access to others yet further away.
No, he did not.
These
He
were
did
the
not
first
do that.
far-flung lands
Are you
inhabited
serious,
by
True
peoples
Faith?
speaking
No
many different
fucking
languages,
way. Wow, thank you,
worshipping
bro.
different gods.
What? Are you serious right now, man?
For the first
Holy
time, brought
shit,
under
dude.
the sway of a single government.
Wow. Truer Faith with the raid. Good luck to you.
Though
Oh,
most
thanks,
of the places
man.
Sargon attacked outside of Sumer
Thanks, bro.
can't tell their own stories.
Yeah,
One place can.
I'm really rusty with this shit.
Discovered in the 1960s by Italian
Aw, it
archaeologists, the city of Ebla had one of the largest cuneiform
True Faith
archives
with the
ever
raid.
found,
Thanks, man.
and a destruction level in the archaeological
Dude.
record to match Akkadian claims.
Yeah.
Sargon may even show up
Well said.
briefly in the Ebla records just before the sack of the city as the king of Kish, or father
Thanks, man,
of the
dude.
king of Kish. He having put his son to
Man,
rule
I
them,
remember
perhaps.
you. Yeah, man, you were
Once
like one of the
great
first
cities
people
of the
to
early Bronze
ever,
Age.
yeah,
Instrumental
be in my
the urbanization
be in
of
my
Syria
stream in like
during the third millennium
2019.
BC. Ebla now became an Akkadian provincial city.
I think Dynamics DJ was helping me learn Damn Agent, and I put like,
With its
oh,
millennia-old
Damn
cities,
Agent, can I get like
religious
55 or some
institutions,
shit? And you came in my
complex
chat,
irrigation networks,
and you were David Clemenson,
Samaria
and
could
I
arguably
was
be the
like,
center
oh,
of civilization
David
for
Clemenson,
centuries.
do you speedrun GoldenEye 2?
And now Sargon shifted this center northwards to Akkad by establishing its new capital,
And
Euphrates.
and you were like, yeah, I'm a top
It was
5
here
player,
that he
and I'm like,
built
oh,
elaborate
oh,
palaces for
whoops.
himself and his family, as well as temples dedicated to his patron deities. Most notably,
Man,
the
I
goddess
remember
Ishtar.
that, like, I remember that
And
perfectly.
with this new loyal
That was
city
hilarious,
as his
man.
base of operations,
Yo, thanks for the raid, dude.
Sargon began the great undertaking of governing his new empire. One of the ways he did this, a mainstay for all empires to follow through the long span of history,
Off.
was through ingenious political propaganda,
Yeah, and you were like,
boasting for the first time in
oh yeah,
history
you were the only one
the
playing
exact
Golden.
numbers his forces had killed on campaign, swearing to the accuracy of what he reported,
It was pretty funny.
an unheard of tactic for the time, part of a new cult of personality developed to keep his people in submission by ruling through fear and awe.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably get
Sargon's
49
first
on
act
Agent,
was to make Akkadian
but I'm not
official
fast enough for
language
Open Door.
all
I mean, I
administrative
tried it a
purposes.
couple times, but I mean, I could probably get 49 non-Open Door, but
Part of the reason for this
I don't know.
may have been to find a common language that could unify the disparate parts of the empire, where, in addition to Akkadian and Sumerian, Elamite, Hurrian, and a number of Western
then it's like,
Semitic languages
why am I
and
doing
dialects
this
were also
on
spoken.
Agent? Not because it's Agent, but I mean,
Sumerian
It's the
was
one to
not
come back to
abandoned,
this
though, with scribes still studying
when I was
it
fast enough
and
to get
using
Open
it
Door, you know
widely
what I
in
mean?
scribal schools.
I'm not
As
yet.
time went on, and the government promoted greater use of Akkadian, as well as resettling large numbers of Akkadian-speaking people in Sumer, it was gradually replaced as the common tongue, surviving for thousands of years more,
Fuck.
and Sumerian died out.
Yeah,
As
David
well as the
Clemenson. That was
political
really
centre of the
that was
empire,
really dumb of me, man.
Agade became its main commercial
I don't know.
hub.
I'm doing double O. Just
Boats carrying goods from Dilmun and Magan.
Just because.
Today, modern Bahrain and Oman, respectively.
I guess I should
docked
try
at its
facilities.
ports.
That's what I've been doing all night. I've just been switching.
Caravans stocking a variety of tradable goods flowed in from Anatolia, Elam,
Oh, whatever.
Arabia, and the Levant. Traders setting up shop for the future. And it wasn't just Akkadians that benefited from this system. Surviving records from the
Yeah, I have a
Sumerian
103
cities
with the new
suggest
strat.
significantly expanded horizons than those they'd had access to before. No longer middlemen, but having direct links to the other side of the world. By around 2500 BC, this burgeoning global trade system was already
Wow,
booming,
essay. I still can't even do it in an essay.
largely frequented by independent traders who'd rarely, if ever, make the entire journey from east to west themselves, rather passing on goods from one region to the next.
Wow, I suck, man.
It seems that like the Romans did much later,
I should shoot
the
faster.
Akkadians got the whole trade system,
I should
or
shoot that
much of it,
faster.
under their direct control, succeeding where all Mesopotamians after them failed, and directly controlling Elam too. And Akkadian traders went
Fuck
much
off.
further. The mysterious ruins of Konar Sandal in eastern Iran,
Pretty
once
shit.
a city of 20 or 30,000 people. Part of the still largely unknown Giroft culture recently uncovered there.
Pretty
A
terrible.
clay seal from Akkad has been discovered, complete with cuneiform and two facing figures typical of Sargon and his successors. It seems Akkadian travellers came here to barter with the trader lords of Giroft. Standing side
Where
by
are you?
side with their
What?
contemporaries from the Indus Valley civilization.
Oh. Did they get
bartering
boosted
for
over there?
chlorite vessels,
Wow,
expertly
insane.
crafted by
I
the
must have got
region's
boosted over
workmen.
there. Like that.
And because of these direct links with Iran, the Gulf, Egypt, and even into the Eurasian steppe, some of the earliest evidence of horses being found in the Middle East around this time. Akkad prospered.
Fuck off.
Cedarwood flowing down from Lebanon, diorite from Dilmun, grain from Sumer, tin from the mountains of
I think
Elam,
I gotta look down more.
lapis lazuli, chlorite and tin from far off Afghanistan and the Indus Valley
My
civilization.
lines would be better.
Trade ships from Malua, Mahashi and Dilmun coming into port. Due to Sargon's conquests, the world was growing larger. Alongside trade though, Agade became fabulously wealthy from the taxes that were collected from the empire's various provinces. It must have been a truly spectacular place in its day.
I was lurking earlier.
Surely, one day will be found. The Sumerian
The start is
king
pretty
list
shitty in
claims
this level.
that Sargon ruled for 56
For me.
years, an incredible length of time in which such a charismatic leader would have without a doubt left an indelible mark
Oh
on
my
the
god, I
society
actually kinda
he
turned
ruled
there.
over. However, when Sargon died in 2279 BC, apparently of natural causes, several parts of the empire, especially in the Sumerian heartland,
Alright, let's get a PB. Let's get
broke out
49.
in rebellion.
We can get 49. We can
Small.
do that.
Of all the artifacts of the Bronze Age world, the monuments, the statues, the inscriptions that come down to us today, few would compare to a single piece of metal casting, supposedly
one of
ordered
these
by the
runs.
second monarch
I
to
knew I
rule
was
over
gonna
the
miss that
Akkadian
warp,
Empire.
man. I just knew.
Though it didn't survive to our time, if it had, due to the sheer audacity and opulence of its construction, it surely would have been the envy of all the world. For Sargon's son and successor, Rimush, according to inscriptions referring to him, not only began to account himself amongst the gods, in a foreshadowing of the full deification of his nephew
I gotta
a
shoot
generation
faster.
later, but ordered a statue of himself to be made of pure tin. One of the rarest materials in the world, immensely expensive, largely imported into Mesopotamia from half a world away, and found only in tiny quantities in a handful of locations. The piece would be akin to a statue of pure diamond today, clearly attempting to forge divine legitimacy for the new ruling dynasty, as well as protecting their image of immense wealth and power. It may well be that, like his father before him, Rimush was forging his own cult of personality. And as we shall see, he needed it. Upon Sargon's death, almost immediately, the massive state he'd forged erupted into war and chaos. It's not known why Sargon's first son, Manish-Tushu, was passed over from the position of king. But given the tendency of later Mesopotamian rulers to do the same, it may be that Rimush possessed certain qualities of kingship that were desired over his brother, such as decisiveness and a certain level of ruthlessness that would be vital if the empire were to survive its founder's death.
Like, fuck off, man.
Though it may also be due to a total lack of primogeniture or succession policy. Simply the strongest ruled. And Rimush seized power from his elder brother. For Rimush, as with every Akkadian ruler, it would be a baptism of fire.
Gotta friggin' blow it up earlier.
Most of the major Sumerian cities rising up to fight him, including Lagash, Adab, and Umma. Clearly inheriting the strong standing army from his father, the king's retribution.
I went too
was
far
swift.
there. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of
By his own account, Rimush tore down the walls
the
of the
Bunker
rebellious cities,
1 secret
brutally
agent,
killing
second
several
cam,
thousand Sumerian troops,
that guard.
while selling thousands of the survivors
Can't go too
into
far.
slavery. But he went further too, expelling yet more thousands of non-combatants of fighting age in the defeated cities, subjecting them to cruel punishments, mass deportations, and hard labour. Documents uncovered from the city of Umma seem to confirm this, as they tell of citizens working and dying in what can only be described as labour camps.
Pretty shit.
Once the rebellions had been crushed, Rimush stripped many of these cities of whatever remaining lands they had, and like Sargon, distributed
Like,
them
fuck
to
off,
his supporters. In one of the largest land transactions ever recorded in ancient history, in one fell swoop, the new king seized and reorganized approximately 134,000 hectares of farmland from the cities of Lagash and Umma. Lands they bitterly fought over for centuries,
Not too far
before
again.
redistributing them to the new Akkadian landholding class that his father Sargon had created just a few decades before. An entire landed
nice warp.
class of
It was
cronies
an insane warp.
promoted by the new regime.
What?
Akkadians
That's so
and
dumb, man.
Sumerians too. New men all too happy to go against the old order and tradition in order to further themselves and their families.
Should go to KF7,
This
man.
culture of nepotism was extremely significant.
It's like
because it
52
meant
or
the
something.
elite and temple priesthoods
That's
of these
not gonna work.
city-states, after perhaps thousands of years, lost all claims to their ancestral lands. It was just another example of how many of the centuries-old institutions of Sumer were being dismantled as a result of the new Akkadian
Oh, that was so
order.
bad.
The priests had been instated
missed the
by the
warp.
gods, and now they were being demoted.
What else?
Yet revolts continued to rage throughout Rimush's reign, in many parts of Akkad as well as the south. One of these was in the city of Kazulu
Should
on
be
the
a pause
Euphrates
though,
River,
but whatever.
which had years before also revolted against Sargon, only to have many of its citizens butchered. Contemporary chronicles tell the city fared no better under Rimush, whose men brutally
off.
stamped out any resistance. Akkadian texts claim that 12,000 rebel soldiers were killed, with another 5,000 sold into slavery. Kazulu's walls were demolished.
That's funny.
Similar accounts have also been given for campaigns in Elam, a similarly ancient region of city builders. In addition to the thousands butchered, inscriptions on various objects detailed the large quantities of plunder brought back to Agade, and the city of Nippur, centre of Mesopotamian religion. By the end of his reign, Rimush's success in mercilessly defeating his enemies had clearly gone to his head,
God, I can't even do this on Agent. I can't do anything.
beginning to think of himself less as a man and
Okay,
more
we can get it.
God.
We can get 49. We can do it.
Soon enough, though, he would be proved to be mortal after all. Having ruled for only 9 years, Rimush fell to assassins within his own court. Allegedly using not daggers or poison, but cylinder seals, strangling him in a back room. The texts that have been uncovered so far do not state who orchestrated the murder. Though, being such a brutal ruler, he had no shortage of enemies. The most likely scenario, though, is that the assassins acted under the orders of the elder brother, Manish-Tushu, who promptly ascended the throne, inheriting the many wars his brother had started.
No, it's just so bad. So terrible. See, I think looking down would have just
Around
helped a lot.
4,260 years ago, 964 men sat down to a feast in the land of Akkad.
Even there, I should look down more.
Great pieces of mutton and pork roasted on spits, bread, olives, vegetables, and of course, vast quantities of beer flowed. And yet, all was not well. 49 witnesses stood by, ominously surveying the day's events, ready to step in if needed, no doubt. For those 964 individuals were giving up their lands in return for only 2 years' worth
I
of
went for it.
harvests. The men watching may even have been those who were to be allocated this land. The second generation of a new elite. Men looking for the king's patronage, muscling in on the old landowners of the realm. And this scene, recorded on tablets during the reign of the third Akkadian king, Manish-Tushu, was a common one. Like the two kings before him, this new ruler constantly sought to expand his own household at the expense of local institutions. This is the story told by the vast amounts of administrative documents recorded on cuneiform tablets. A tale further added to by the archaeological evidence of vast administrative centres at sites like Tel Brak and Tel Leilan, apparently built in part to oversee the immense land reforms taking place. Great armies of bureaucrats recording it all. And yet, in comparison to his brother's reign, Manish-Tush's seems to have been much more stable. It's possible that many at the Akkadian court preferred the new ruler to Rimush
Oh, the
because
boost.
of an inclination to maintain peace in an empire perpetually riven apart by war.
The agent boost.
A
Oh,
situation
no.
perhaps added to by Manish-Tush's indignation at being
That
passed
was
over
that
for
might have
rule
been paced
in
that way.
favour of his younger brother. It
With
may
that
even
agent
be
boost.
that Manish-Tushu and his court faction worked behind the scenes to remove Rimush from power themselves. Perhaps even instigating an unrecorded civil war between the two men. We'll likely never know. All Manish-Tushu says is that Enlil called him to power. Rather than starting new wars by brutally making examples of those who rebelled, Manish-Tushu quietly finished his brother's conflicts, before focusing his efforts on promoting commerce and opening up trade links with places as far away as Egypt. By this time, few alive had experienced a life outside the yoke of Akkadian kingship. The archaeology suggests that the empire really did now stretch from sea to sea, an immense land empire, stretching from the borders of Anatolia to the deserts of Iran. A remarkable achievement. Many items survive from this time, from excavations all over the Middle East. And yet, one relic in
Like why?
particular is perhaps the best example of the immense power of these earliest emperors. The obelisk
word, man.
of Manish-Tusu. At 1.4 meters tall, this inscribed black diorite stone is a legal record telling of the distribution of 4 pieces of land. Large estates given to the king's officers in the region of Kish. We're told in Akkadian that the stone itself was taken from Magan, across the Persian Gulf, in what is now Oman. Loaded onto boats and docked on the quay at Akkad, where the king fashioned his statue and dedicated it to Enlil. This is a material previously unknown in Mesopotamia. And then, just like his brother before him, in 2255 BC, the king was murdered. Conveniently, his son, already out on
God,
military
it doesn't
campaign, waited patiently in the wings.
Trying to shave off everything they can.
He would be one of the greatest Akkadian rulers of them all, overseeing a new, unparalleled age of sophistication in art, society, and commerce. This is the age of Naram Sin. By the 6th century BC, nearly 2,000 years had passed since the heyday of the Akkadians. it would be another 2,500 years before Leonard Woolley began his excavations at Ur. Elsewhere in the world, this was the age of the Buddha, Confucius, and the burgeoning philosophers of ancient Greece. Paradigm-shifting new styles of thought during this so-called axial age.
Like, why can't I get that door warp?
And yet, in Mesopotamia, where the great kings had never truly lost their power, just consolidating it into the strongest contender, a near unbroken line of culture still stretched back to the very first cities of the world. And at that time, Babylon was the greatest of them all. Some 200,000 occupants lived and died amidst the magnificent gardens and colonnades, centre of the all-powerful Neo-Babylonian Empire. And it was here, in the year 550 BC, that one of the first archaeological digs in history was carried out.
What?
In that year, we're told King Nabonidus led men to Sippar to uncover the foundation deposits of the temples of Samas the sun god, Anunitu the warrior goddess, and the sanctuary that Naram Sin had built to the moon god in Haran. Nabonidus then restored all of these sites to their former glory. But he went further too.
I can do better opening that door earlier. I
I
noticed Injure Face RTAs.
Though his estimates were off by around 1,500 years.
You look down and throw the mine on the
Naram
ground.
Sin was clearly still a popular
Because
and
then looking
renowned
down you
figure
can
in
open the
Nabonidus'
door.
day.
I don't know, I might be talking on my ass.
But what of that king? Why him, and not his father or uncle? Well, like Sargon, Naram Sin was portrayed as the model warrior king.
Like here, he does something
Later
like
in his
that.
career, he'd presided over the
Not like
very
that at all.
apogee of the state, the very heights of architecture and material goods. A time known in art history as the classical Akkadian era, to differentiate it from the earlier and later eras. And yet, he would be one of Mesopotamia's most controversial rulers too, with a scathing story later told about him.
Why?
And of course, his reign began very badly, with the greatest revolt yet breaking out against the new order. It was a conflict that could
Let's
have
just try
very
to open the
easily
door,
stamped
honestly.
out the empire before it really got going. Naram Sin describes the war as the Great Revolt, led by the cities of Kish and Uruk, then still perhaps the largest city in the world. Soon enough, most, if not all, of the cities of Sumer, along with the empire's territories in Elam and the west, called their banners, rising up en masse against their imperial overlords. According to Naram Sin's inscriptions, it took at least 9 battles, but ultimately all of the rebel cities were defeated and order brought back to the realm. In what had now become standard practice in Akkadian warfare, the vanquished suffered.
Can you believe this was
tremendously.
ranked the #1
In Kish, the Euphrates River was filled with
favorite
bodies
level
of dead soldiers who had defended
by
gates of their
leaders?
city.
I'm pretty surprised. I mean,
While
I'm
another
not. I did rank this very high. I
2,500
do rank this
were
level high,
once the
facility
Akkadians
agent,
breached
but
the walls,
man,
and the destruction didn't
the
stop
annoying
there.
level.
After the fighting had come to an end, as punishment, Naram Sin tore down
Reminds me of like a
walls,
shorter
and the
silo,
city flooded.
with less lag.
Meanwhile, in the Sumerian heartland, Uruk led a massive rebel coalition, including the cities of Lagash, Umma, Adab, Isin, Shuruppak, and even the religious centre of Nippur.
Okay, no. Let someone instantly
They
plan that
too,
one.
especially Uruk, suffered nearly the same fate as Kish, with thousands killed. Their lofty, already ancient city walls being torn down, and in what seems to have been a hallmark of Akkadian campaigns, their cities flooded. It may seem excessive, but Naram Sin, clearly an astonishingly capable military commander, wanted to make the point that any descent...
He needed to shoot me to
realm
increase
would
the
be met with
lag
death
for me to make
and
that warp.
destruction.
That's why.
Finally, with the state under control,
Like, fuck off.
Naram Sin could focus on not only ruling, but expanding his borders yet further. In the 36 years that Naram Sin ruled, he expanded the Akkadian Empire's network territories and tributary states to their greatest extent. Roughly from the kingdom of Marhashi, believed to have been in what's today's central Iran, all the way to the waters of the Mediterranean, and perhaps even the island of Cyprus.
I guess I kind of have to get a 49 now, right?
One of his many victories is commemorated on the famous Victory Stele of Naram Sin, in which he is seen defeating tribespeople of the Zagros Mountains, trampling the bodies of their fallen warriors.
I need some water. I got a big
It
jug.
may have been Naram Sin who finally destroyed early Bronze Age Ebla. Inside the Empire, such was his iron grip that a level of stability does seem to have been reached, allowing less warlike pursuits to be furthered. Naram Sin, for example, was the first Mesopotamian ruler to boast of his hunting prowess, a tradition that would go on for millennia. Though, like all Akkadian rulers, he failed to integrate traditional Mesopotamian leadership with his new order. Naram Sin's reign was the most magnificent period in the entire history of the empire, both militarily as well as economically. It's from the records of his foreign campaigns, not to mention the
level
great
is
monuments
troll.
erected, such as his victory stele,
Yeah.
that Naram Sin is mostly remembered as a fierce warrior king. However, he was also a great builder. Along with other sanctuaries, such as that at Haran, he completely renovated ancient Mesopotamia's most famous and sacred temple, the Ekor at Nippur, which was dedicated to the god Enlil.
Okay, fuck.
The building was
Fuck
to be the
you.
crowning achievement of his reign. Once finished, it would have been an immense sight to behold, one of the most ornate ever constructed. Documents uncovered from that city detail much of its construction activities, as well as the sheer quantity of precious metals and the number of workers involved in its renovation. Overseen by the Crown Prince, Shakalishari, one text records that in addition to hundreds of workers, there were at least 77 special woodworkers, 86 goldsmiths, 10 sculptors, 54 carpenters, and other groups of specialised labourers brought there from all over the empire. By this time, very few, if anyone, left alive, had experienced a time before Akkadian rule. And thus, Naram Sin
It's too slow
dominated
anyways.
religion. Perhaps seeing his predecessors' downfall in their only being viewed as mortals. Naram Sin had other ideas, seeking to claim a total monopoly over religion. He had a number of daughters, establishing them as priestesses all over Sumer, thus forging intimate links with the various temples. Naram Sin, though, didn't just worship other gods and goddesses. He believed himself to be a god as well. In one inscription found on a monument in the ruins of a temple, the great king wanted the world to know the following.
Naram Sin, the mighty king of Agada, when the 4 quarters of the earth attacked him together, through the love Ishtar bore him, was victorious in 9 battles in a single year, and captured the kings whom they had raised up against him. Because he had defended his city in crisis, the people of his city asked of him that he be the god of their city Agade, with Ishtar in Iana, with Enlil in Nippur, with Dagan in Tutul,
Why?
with Nihusag in Kesh, with Enki in Eridu, with Sin in Ur, with Shamash in Sippar, with Nergal in Kutha, and they built his temple in Agade.
I guess my movement there is terrible. I gotta look down more.
Yet, unlike Sargon, Naram Sin proved to be especially unpopular in the generations to come. His self-deification, along with what many felt was his vanity, would be remembered by the authors of later epic literature as just a few of the reasons for his downfall. Most notable being the Curse of Agade, a largely fictional retelling of the fall of the empire, with Naram Sin cast as the reason for its demise. As we've seen, the truth seems to have been far from this. Though he may have believed himself to be divine, after 36 years on